The way of the Buddha evolved throughout Asia without any intention to do so. His enlightenment spoke to something deep within all of us, the realization that we too have the enlightened Buddha nature within as well. Our Buddha nature neither arises nor ceases because it is eternal. This divine revelation that the Buddha realized still lives on in the Asian cultures of today. I want to take you on a journey to different sacred places all over Asia to show you how the Buddha continues to live in the hearts of the people, just as our own Buddha nature lives on eternally in the hearts of all people on earth and beyond. Good morning from a cold and quiet early morning in Chiang Mai. So Gaya and I want to show you today our normal routine in the morning, which is a little bit different than the average person in Chiang Mai. So we want to show you one of our favorite temples in the area that we go to meditate early in the morning, where basically only the monks are up early. And as you can see, it's just after 5 and life hasn't begun yet here in Chiang Mai. And so we want to show you, again, another way of living in Thailand. So it's always good to begin your day with intention and what means the most to you. So for us, it's the spiritual path, it's the Eastern spiritual path. So we live with that sort of intention where we wake up early in the morning, go to have meditation, and actually connect with the heart of Thai culture. Now, a lot of people talk about Thai culture, but what is the heart of Thai culture? The heart of Thai culture is Buddhism. So guys, welcome to Wat Umong. This is one of our favorite temples to come and practice early in the morning. And as you can see, we're up with the roosters. And the monks have probably finished chanting already, their first morning session. So we usually go into the temple and meditate for a while. And then we'll go up to the pagoda at the top, which is amazing, which we'll show you in a minute. Here come the street dogs. Here come the street dogs. The queen of the street dogs. Come on, kid. Huh? How are you? Happy?
Happy.
Temple dogs are always happy. We've actually had a couple of situations with the street dogs where we're meditating in the temple and one will just sit on Guy's lap. Street dog queen strikes again.
Yeah, it's getting a bit much. Can't you do it else for me?
Swaddy Cup. As you guys can see, it's a web of caves, beautifully crafted. So we usually go up here for meditation because it's a little bit more secluded. Sometimes it's not as quiet because of the roosters. And these were all murals along on here of lotuses and clouds, and age has got the better of it.
You can kind of see a little, it's like a lotus,
Yes.
so that you can sort of get an idea how it would look like.
And this goes out to the pagoda, but we're not going to go out there yet because we're going to sit in here and meditate and go up there later for some rounding around the pagoda, circumambulate around the pagoda. This is the problem, guys. They want love.
I want to give her love, but it's not very healthy condition. Also, a meditative moment.
Yeah. We usually spend a little bit over an hour sitting before we go up and do some walking meditation up around the pagoda. And I do a little bit of Tai Chi Chuan. So let's have a look out here.
Frosty.
It's frosty, isn't it? Wow. Look at this. One of the best things about Thailand are the amount of temples that you find all throughout Thailand, particularly in the north here, in and around Chiang Mai. Now, a lot of people only visit the temples in the moat and around the moat area, but today Gayang and I are going to take you to some of the temples that we like that are far outside of town, and in some sense some of them are secret temples that a lot of people don't know about, because people don't get on a bike and don't get the chance to travel out to these places. So we are at Wat Pratat Chom Kitty. This is one of our favorite temples in the area. It's a long way out of town actually, and you can get lost. I just got lost again then. Yeah, many years ago I knew where I was going to come out here. It's a great place to come out for meditation. As you can hear, you can't hear anything. So it's a great place to come out and meditate early in the morning. It'd be great if it was closer to town, because it's a good place for morning meditation, but it's a bit far for us to drive out that early in the day. But it's quite beautiful.
It was a really nice drive though, like in the village and lots of farmland and banana plantation.
Yep.
In the forest is really beautiful.
And the views from up here are spectacular, as you guys can see. In here you've got the main hall for chanting for the monks. I don't think you're really allowed in here, so we won't. Well, as you can see, you can kind of, if you want, get a little bit of a look in there. There's the Buddha. Actually, let's go. So briefly, this is a meditation hall. There's seats for all the monks, head monks. It's quite beautiful in here. Behind us is the golden pagoda here. Like other golden pagodas in town, it's kind of made of sheet metal. It's not like some of the other ones, old ancient ones that are made of brick. But as with any pagoda, you're supposed to walk around in quiet meditation, circumambulate around the pagoda. So as you guys can see here, there's a Lion Buddha getting ready for Parinirvana. As you see here, they've done a Dharma wheel in tiles. Looks pretty cool. And then right in the center of the Dharma wheel, the Bodhi tree. Peepal tree. Beautiful. Imagine when this one grows big. Wow, it's going to be a beautiful garden, that's for sure.
For hundreds of years.
Yep. I might be wrong here, but I think this is an ordination temple, which are usually shut because ordination is not happening all the time, obviously. It's a special occasion for an aspiring monk, or basically when a layman becomes a monk. So they take the vows of the Buddha.
And these are some of the bungalows where monks stay. And actually we've seen a lot worse condition of bungalows than this, and I think they live in quite a good place, in the luxury. We've seen some places with just a wooden hut and nothing like this, but here it's been very well built.
All the places we've stayed in the past has just been bamboo.
Yes, just bamboo, and not even built-in toilet.
No.
So, yeah, this is what a retreat.
What a retreat.
Yes.
So we are stopping for a drinks break. This is one of the places that we really like, actually. It's really hidden in the farmland. It's filled out a lot since we were here 5 years ago. That didn't exist. A lot of things didn't exist around here. But this little hut drink shop had always existed. Bannock Cafe. Sawadi Kap.
One hot cocoa and one cafe latte.
This is definitely one of our favorite temples in the entire Chiang Mai region. Wat Pratat Doi Saket. There's just so much to see up here, isn't there?
Yes, now it's been built a lot more than last time that we were here.
Yeah.
So it's actually more impressive now. It was even beautiful before then, but now it's even more. It seems like Kuan Yin, Bodhisattva has been mostly worshipped in Chinese. So in the architecture, it looks more like a Chinese style, and you can see.
That's only this part of the temple, though,
yeah,
right?
just a little bit. Just this part. Yes, it is.
Because Kuan Yin is part of the Mahayana tradition, not part of Theravada. So.
Yes, yes.
But it's nice that they put this here, isn't it?
Yes, it's add to a nice taste.
Yeah. This pagoda behind us is probably the highlight of the entire area, and it's part of the older part of the temple. Even though you might say there's more beautiful things, but it's really magic. And actually there's a inner sanctum that you can actually walk and circumambulate inside as well. And just beside this pagoda we have the patent Bodhi tree, obviously.
Yes.
And this one's actually quite some size.
It's pretty
It's pretty big,
big.
isn't it?
Yeah, there's not many leaves, but it's old.
This is the inner pagoda,
Yes.
so you can come in and circumambulate around.
Yes.
We are in the main part of the temple, trying to be as quiet as I can. There's no one here. This part is really beautiful. There's a lot of interesting artwork on the walls around the Buddha, and done by a modern artist. And so I'll give you a little bit of a look at that. But yeah, this is a really nice place for meditation here, this main part of the temple.
Nice to meet you.
We are up in the new part of the temple at the moment. When Gaya and I were here last time, this was not yet completed. Have a look at this artwork. Oh my god, this will be glistening if you saw this from a distance. Have a look at this view. Wow. Look at that. That is what it's all about. Look at that. The work that goes into that. Unbelievable. So that's the Buddha as usual and the Bhumi Spasha Mudra. The immovable place. As you guys can see in the Buddha's palm there, some sort of stone. Not sure what that is. This again is another Kuan Yin statue, so I'm not sure if that dome is going to be in the theme of Chinese Buddhism or not, but it looks like Theravada to me. Looks like something you'd find actually in Sri Lanka. So I'm not sure what's inside here. A gentleman just then told us that there's some sort of Buddha in here, but I couldn't quite make out between the Thai and the English, so. Still under construction, yeah. Bloody cup. Wow. I'm not sure if we're supposed to be here, but it's still a long way. Look at that. Wow. Beautiful, huh?
Attention to detail.
Yeah. If you remember when we used to come here, that Buddha footprint was just in a little shack.
Yeah, it was. Yes.
Now have a look what it's in.
Yes. That's the footprint of this master monk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be something when it's done.
100%.
It's really already, like, you see how the light comes through this window? Oh, it's beautiful.
If only we could have shown the people what it looked like before this.
Yes.
It was in the bushes.
Yeah, like.
And there was just one little shelter over the top of it.
Yes, yes.
I'm just checking this out. Not sure what it is. Let's have a look. There are a lot of relics, so I'm guessing it's the tomb of a monk, yeah, of a master monk.
Yes.
So we'll circumambulate. But in Thailand, usually they'll create a pagoda, stupa, with the relics of the master with them. Can't really see in there. There's the monk himself. Enlightened statue. This is why I love Thai culture, man. Everything about it, just magnificent. Wow, look at this.
This is a view.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Wow. It's on the backside of the mountain, so you got to walk right through the new part of the temple where we just were.
This is amazing. Really?
Are you in Myanmar or are you in Thailand? Who knows?
Yeah, this golden rock is replica of the original, which is in Myanmar, in south part of Myanmar, called Chaitio.
Yep.
Actually, I can't believe we actually been there.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
2008.
Yes, very long time ago.
I'll put some
14 years.
pictures up if you have a look
Yes,
there of
yes.
us in Jatio.
Yes. So, yeah, because we've been there and we know how it looks like, and it's quite interesting how they copied and made a version of it, but nevertheless, it's really beautiful.
To be fair, by looking at this, the Jatio rock is a lot bigger,
Yes.
but this is supposed to be just a replica, so they probably don't want to grandstand and be better than Myanmar, so
Yes.
we'll walk around the rock right now. Look at that. I don't think it's a real rock. I think it's some sort of plaster, maybe, I don't know. Wow, look at the view. All the rice paddies.
Beautiful.
So I don't know if you guys can see, it looks like it's not quite a rock. Looks like it's got veins in it from this side, but it's quite a replica. And have a look. Wow. Look at that view. Let's test it out.
It's some sort of hollow,
Sounds hollow.
but it's strong.
Strong, yeah, but hollow.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the monk lives, who is manning the Jatio rock. I thought this was interesting. You got the door here like this, and then there's a fence. You can just scale this easily, but no one's going to in Thailand because no one steals anything. In Thailand, no one breaks into people's places, typically. But this is quite a peaceful place to live if you're a monk. Family of the divine here. Shiva, Ganesha, Brahma, Kali, Saraswati, there's plenty. And then Siddhartha Gautama. We found the newest addition to the temple today, and if you guys remember when we were at Wat Pratat Chom Kitty, we saw the Lion Buddha, and yeah, that was cute. That was cute. That was a little small one. Have a look at this. Have you seen one this big, love?
No, this is the biggest one.
There was that one in Ayutthaya, if you remember, that big lion one.
Yeah,
I think this one's bigger than that one.
Yeah. Maybe as big as that. That one was pretty big.
That was
though.
big too, yeah. It was old.
Yeah. But yeah, this is gonna be something.
We are at one of our favorite temples in the area, Wat Doi Bodhiyan, and we came here many years ago when it was just being constructed and it was super quiet. It still is super quiet, but the guy on the whippersnipper is kind of ruining all that for us at the minute. So, but we'll show you guys around. It's actually expanded a little bit too, I believe. Finished. Oh, very good. Wow. Couple my cup. Wow, that was amazing, isn't it? He did it in record time too. Jeez.
It's quite amazing. They make their own candles.
They make their own candles. It's part of the tradition, isn't it? It's part of the culture, and it's awesome that even lay people are keeping that tradition alive. You know, it's not just monks that are just making the candles. This is the main hall for the monks for chanting, meditation. Where we were before is more so for the public, for laymen. Though I'm sure they go down there, obviously, because it's magnificent. But this is more for those who are ordained in the Theravada tradition. So they have water there and some sort of offering. I don't know what it is, some sort of sugar or something. But it's all meant to be on a donation basis. But as with most Buddhist temples, that is not enforced, but it's kind of implied. So as you guys can hear now, with the whippersnipper having stopped and that motorbike going past, you can actually hear the serenity here that we were talking about at the beginning. There's just nothing out here. You're really far away from everywhere at Wat Doi Bodhian. You're basically even far away from the nearest village. So this is the cave restaurant.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. What do you got? What do you got there, love?
I got the hot Thai tea.
Hot Thai tea?
Yes, I'm hooked on Thai tea this time. Yes.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And I got myself mocha, and I'm not much of a coffee drinker, but this is fantastic. I tell you, if you're into coffee, you're gonna love this. How is it?
Really good.
It's like a Thai tea cappuccino.
Yeah, actually it is. I like it. Yeah, actually there is no sugar at all. It's the way I like it actually. It's good. Okay, now we're at Wat Tham Wang On, which is actually right on the same road from Wat Doi Bodhian and the cave cafe that we were just before. And again, this place is one of those places you never get to find if you just stay around the middle of Chiang Mai, because it's right out in the countryside and it's really beautiful. Again, you can't hear a thing, like so quiet, and you can also see all the mountain ranges at the back, so it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, it's perfect for meditation and for those who are serious about learning from the forest tradition and Theravada Buddhism, which is a big part of Thai Buddhism. And so we're just blown away by this place. It just encapsulates the essence of Buddhism, this type of place. It's rugged, it's quiet, it's secluded. I think you'd all love it. I mean, we just love these sorts of places. It's just brimming with energy and peace and tranquility. We are walking up into the monks' residence up here. Super quiet out here. And there's not many cottages around, actually. Actually, way up on the hill up there, you can see smaller ones hidden up there. These ones down here are probably for the main abbot, I would say. That's the main hall, ordination hall. I don't think we're allowed in there by the looks of it. Well, not at the moment anyway. Just these things are so hard to put into words if you're not here. It's a lot better off camera than on camera, I can tell you. And that's what I love about Thailand. Like, you just come to the most random place and you'll find the most beautiful atmosphere, culture, spirituality, everything in the most random spot in the countryside.
You come to every different temple and you see always something different at every different place. So again, like this sort of all white Buddhas, lying Buddha, all these statues on the rock, like something I've actually never seen, and just hidden behind this area where actually nobody really comes. Literally, it's just us here, right now.
There's no one.
It's just amazing. It's beautiful.
As you guys can see over here, here's a rustic hut. It's an old wooden hut, as you can see right there, where a monk is staying. You imagine staying there? That's unbelievable, beautiful. The quiet, the serenity, the simplicity. It makes you dive naturally inward. as you can see, they take care of the grounds around here. They take care of the temples better than they take care of the homes in most cases. This is the pagoda. Again, when you come to a temple, make sure you spend the time to circumambulate around the pagoda, which means to walk clockwise around the pagoda. And you should do it in walking meditation as well. Slowly and feeling each step with each breath. Apart from the whippersnipper going, we seem like we've come across the day whippersnippers are going, but when the whippersnipper isn't going, there is literally no noise in the area. But even if the whippersnipper is going, there should be no noise in your mind, particularly in a place like this. As with many temples you find in the countryside, you always find a big white Buddha, and a lot of the ones you find in the countryside. And just here, have a look at this view here. The path in life is laden with thorns, or in this case, the tree of life is laden with thorns. And if you don't want to end up like old mate here, then the moral of the story is, don't climb the tree in the first place. Find it where you are right now. Wow, this is beautiful. I'm telling you, this is one of the best places in the north out here. So outside the entrance to the cave, I'll show you guys a little bit around. Typical shrine to the Buddha. So this monk here you see all around the north of Thailand. His name is Kruba Suachai, and Kruba Suachai is considered like the patron saint of the Lana North, and he was kind of like a rebel monk. He did his own thing, went counter to the law, my type of guy, and restored a lot of temples in the north, and also was responsible for constructing a lot of temples in the north. So ironically, these days when you come into northern Thailand, you'll see a lot of statues of him. There's actually a really big one of him not so far from here, around Doi Saket. And so for those who want to know or don't know about him, his name is Kruba Suachai, and a very influential monk of the north, and a lot of Thais believe he was a real bodhisattva.
Om Namo Buddhaya.
How were those stairs, love? They were pretty hectic, weren't they?
Yeah, but once you get through that really narrow part, as you can see, it's really amazing. Yes, yes.
I didn't expect it to be like this, huh?
Yeah, same. I just thought that it's just gonna be like a small cave that we see a lot around Chiang Mai, but this one's like a pretty. I think it's gonna be a pretty impressive one.
Yeah. But have a look at this. It's unbelievable. It doesn't come through on the camera that well. This camera doesn't do it justice, I tell you. I've been to some beautiful Buddhist caves in the north, like I said, Muang Na, some of the ones in Chiang. This is up there. Oh my God, look at that. Wow. Oh, look at that.
That's crazy.
Wow. So that's where we're going. We're going down there, right?
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, right? It's crazy.
The monks back in the day definitely found the best places for meditation, that's for sure. And to get away from the worldly people of the world.
Well, actually, it says hermit cave there.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it does say hermit cave. Look at this. This is crazy. The stairs network here is steep and pretty crazy, but just think about back in the day, there was no stairs. The monks would come in here right down to this pit where we're going with nothing, basically. And that's, how dedicated they were to meditation, to understanding the Buddha's teaching, and to following that hermit tradition. Yeah, you don't want to lose your step, I'm telling you. It's going to be an ugly fall. It's like a little window. Straight here. Wow. That is like a lingam. I swear. Look at the line, Buddha. Oh man, this is... No words can describe how beautiful this is. The quiet in this cave. Can't explain it. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the mountain from outside is pretty big.
Yeah.
But I didn't expect cave was like this big inside that mountain. I thought, just a little part of it, but looks like a really, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, meditation cave inside the cave.
Yeah, that's right. You can hear the water drip in ever so slowly. The hidden Buddha. Again, that's another statue of Krupa Sivijay. Wow. Nom Fa waterfall. Well, it's not really a waterfall that you envision, but there is water falling nevertheless. So this one's called Nom Fa Waterfall. It's not like the Niagara Falls, but
cave waterfall.
Cave waterfall.
Yeah, you can see the water dripping.
Yeah, you can, yeah. That's why down here on the ground, see that?
It's wet. Yes, I can see. And actually, they have a bowl there to catch the water.
It's unbelievable. A couple of little mini stupas, pagodas. Yep, that's crazy. Just random, isn't it?
It's an artificial light, but still there's a UV light coming
through. So behind us is one of the main parts of the cave. And as you can see there, it's almost like a natural lingam, Shiva lingam.
Yes.
And even the Buddhists worship that. So if you're Hindu and you're out there, or you're a Shiva, then maybe this is a place for you to come and have a look too, because that natural lingam is quite impressive.
How long would it took that?
To develop
like for.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, one of the most impressive natural lingam it is.
Exactly.
In a cave.
In a cave, yeah.
Again, honestly, I've never seen this in Thailand
Ever?
or even in India.
No.
Even
the Buddha. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's just so beautiful.
These are the old stairs and ladders and wood.
It's been old leather.
And look at that one there. Wow.
No.
You imagine? That's how the monks were coming down in the old days. And I tell you, they call this the lion, but
looks like Nandi.
It looks like Nandi.
Yes.
It's a natural Nandi lion facing a lingam.
This is beautiful, like naturally shiny.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's just amazing. Not human hands can make it.
No. Okay, you could think it's a lion, right? For sure. But when you look from a certain angle, it definitely looks like Nandi facing the lingam. Unbelievable. Natural phenomenon. Coinciding with the great tradition of India. Again, there's Kruba Sui Chai. It's chilling. Head traditional boat.
What does it mean?
Well, I think it means that there's a... If you look here, it looks like the head of a boat. If you look from the side. Everything is consecrated in the East. All natural things.
Yes, yes.
Down here, everything is 1,000-year, millennial this, millennial that. So this one's millennial wood. Before was 1,000-year lotus. And a bunch of 1,000-year stuff.
Head of Naga.
Head of a Naga?
Head of a serpent head.
Yeah.
Naga, it's snake.
Beautiful.
It's so impressive that this cave, I feel like, is some really like organic blend of Hinduism and the Buddhism from the natural features that which naturally grew in the cave.
Yeah. Well, this is the end of the road, isn't it, love?
Yes, it is.
The cave shrine of Naga.
Naga, yes.
There's some Kuan-Yins around, but there's a lot more Nagas. This temple is full of Nagas right at the end. And interestingly, around this Sankhampang area, the Nagas seem to be a central focus with a lot of the temples. There's actually a new meditation temple just down the road, which is all about Nagas. After a while when you're down here, it can get a bit hot when you're walking around, so don't put too many layers on like I have. You look like George Costanza in his puffy jacket. So, you know, take a few layers off when you come down.
Feels a little humid.
Feels a little humid, yeah, it really does. Well, you know, it's kind of like that damp cave feel, you know.
Yes.
So if you're down here for ages, yeah, you're going to sweat. You know what's off. Om Namo Buddhaya. Om Namo Shivaya. 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 Whew. Above the cave there's a pagoda and a Buddha. Oh, it's a bit of a trek though, I tell you. It's hard enough coming out of the cave. But when you get out and you think, oh, this Jai Buddha monument's only going to be up the road. It's just up a few stairs. It ain't the way it is. But I recommend it. It's beautiful up here. We thought it was going to be just a little walk up, didn't we?
Oh, we just thought like 50 meters or something. But like it went forever.
Like another half an hour on top.
Oh yeah, and like stairs are like this.
It was like returning to Annapurna.
Oh. Yeah, it's just
so if you got rotten knees, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I mean you can tell that how much unbeaten track this is.
Yeah.
It's pretty, yeah, the leaves are everywhere, but it's nice.
Yeah.
We can still got more to go up.
Unfortunately.
It's only like 20 meters.
Doesn't get higher than that.
Yes, I think we're on the right on top of this hill.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a stupa.
Another pagoda made of sheet iron. So when you're up here you can open and sit for meditation or prayer, but the macaques are around, so keep the door shut. So guys, that's a monastery right near Wat Tam Wongon, and just over there is where we were yesterday, where the black roofs are. Wat Doi Bodhian. Maybe this is higher than the pagoda. Oh, about the same. Om Namo Buddhaya.
Today we're about to embark on a 750 kilometer journey, which will take us about 10 days or 2 weeks. Some people do it actually in 7 days, but we're going to take our time, probably stopping places for a few days here and there. And where are we off to, love?
Mae Hong Son Loop. Yes.
We've always wanted to do the Mae Hong Son Loop, so we're going to finally do it. We've lived in the north of Thailand for many years previously and never did it once, but we've traveled to other parts of the loop, but we're going to do the entire 750 kilometer journey, and we want to take you guys with us. So guys, this is Thailand. This is the Mae Hong Son Loop in the north. So let me zoom in. Here is Chiang Mai, where we are staying. And then today we're going all the way south to Doi Inthanon National Park. We're going to stay up in the national park. Doi Inthanon is the highest mountain in Thailand. So it's a couple of hours to get here. Now, our next stop after that will be Mae Sarirang, and then up to Mae Hong Son town, and then around to Pai, and then back home to Chiang Mai. All of this section here, from all of this, I've never seen before. So it'll be the first time for you and me. Now, I know you're probably saying it's a bit of overkill, all of this. But the Thai sun, you got to watch out. And recently I got some precancerous stuff burnt off my nose, my cheek and my arm. So that's what happens when you grow up in North Queensland in Australia and live most of your adult life in India and Thailand. So you got to be really careful of the sun in these areas. So particularly when Guy and I ride long distances, we like to cover up. Guys, we're at the Mae Ya waterfall. This is one of the biggest waterfalls I think I've ever been to. It's a little bit of a detour off the road to go up to the top of Doi Inthanon, but it's in Doi Inthanon National Park, and I highly recommend coming up here. It's a magical place, and actually, if you've been to Thailand, waterfalls are everywhere. So we were a bit skeptical coming up here because I've seen a million waterfalls, but this one is beautiful, isn't it?
This is something else.
Something else,
you must visit.
Guys, I just dipped my head in here and it's pretty cold. Have a look at the rapids here. You would not want to fall in here. You could probably sit here, maybe, but you're tempting fate. You are gone. So, love, was it worth the 16-kilometer detour?
Oh yes, definitely was. 'Cause at the beginning it said 7 kilometers, and then like the road went on and on and on and on. Like where is this thing? And yes, definitely worth it.
Yeah. So that's 16 here, people. So you got to get back. So it's a 32-kilometer round trip. So it's a little bit of a detour. The thing is that when we turned off, it was another 47 kilometers to Doi Inthanon, so up the mountain. So we've got a bit of a trek ahead of us. We're at the Vajra waterfall. This one's a little bit more intimate. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera, but we are getting glazed here with water. It's a little bit chilly too, a little bit nippy.
Yeah, but it's refreshing.
Refreshing, yeah.
We're so close.
This one's actually just as good as Mae Ya waterfall.
Mae Ya waterfall.
Yeah, it's just as good as that one. This one's actually, like I said, a bit more intimate. You get a bit more wet. You can see the power of this waterfall. Look at that. I don't know if you'd want to swim down there. You might not get out. There's some power in that. Look at that. Jesus Christ, look at the spray. That is an epic waterfall, eh? But the thing is, if you're going to stand there for 10 minutes, you're going to be soaked. We've arrived at Inthanon Mountain Camp. We're staying here just for one night. And so behind me, this is our tent. Let's go and have a look inside. Let's see what's happening in here. Oh, look at that.
Welcome to our home.
Look at welcome to our home. Oh Jesus, it's pretty sparse, that's for sure. There's not much.
We downsized.
We downsized, yeah. Geez, you're not getting much bang for your buck here, are you, love?
Yeah, I think it's just a national park area, so I mean you need to pay a little bit more, but outside is really nice. There's really nice mountains, so it's beautiful around here, and there's a local town, so we're gonna have a look around, so it's gonna be a good experience.
I just love these little towns, man. I don't even know, what do you call this town, love?
Ban Luang something sub-district. It's on the Doi Inthanon National Park.
Yeah.
We are in the national park, and this is a small village in the national park.
It's a proper mountain town, isn't it?
Yes, you can already feel people are different type of people, even from the Chiang Mai.
Yeah.
In Chiang Mai, it's pretty. You couldn't call it a big city, but even here is like even more different, much more different. Yeah.
It's really like going up to Nepal.
It's a bit like that.
It's a bit like that.
People, local people dress up like a bit mountain people.
Mountain
like
people, yeah.
Traditional clothes. And, yeah.
This is a view over the top of the small town up here in Doi Inthanon. Our accommodation is down there somewhere, but look at this view, look at this panorama. Look at this. Look at those waterfalls up there. That's just overlooking the town. Guys, we are up at Sparrow's Flats. It's about 5:15. You can probably hear the roosters in the background. And we're up for a reason. We're going to take you to one of the main reasons why people come to Doi Inthanon. Actually, there's more than one main reason. There's a bunch of them when we get to this place, but you've got to get up early to beat the early bird, if you know what I mean. This is one of the reasons you come up here. There's a couple other reasons we'll show you in a minute, but have a look at this. It's absolutely beautiful. First of all, we are at the highest mountain. We are on the highest mountain in Thailand, Doi Inthanon. The view up here is unbelievable.
That's why you get up early in the morning.
So guys, it's about 6:20. Sunrise is supposed to be about 6:26, so we got up early, as I said. There's actually quite a few people here, and it's very brisk. But the sky is clear, the heavens have opened for us, and it's been raining lately, so we got a lucky day. So this is the highest spot in all of Thailand, not the world, in Thailand. And you can see all the moss. It's so cool, man. The moss is growing over the pagoda. This is what we're talking about here, guys. Look at this moss. Like, God. This is like something you find in the middle of the Amazon. So this is the official highest spot in Thailand, which is commemorated, as I said before, by that pagoda. But this is where the satellite reads. So as you see, it's pretty accurate. 2,565,000.3341. Doesn't get more accurate. Actually, the gentleman who did it back in the old days, he wasn't far off with the naked eye. James F. McCarthy. He got it to around 2,575.6, so he wasn't far off. We're using satellite technology now, so he didn't have that luxury, but not bad for with the naked eye, is it, love?
No, not at all. It was off by only like 10 meters.
Yeah.
Which is incredible.
So this shrine on the top of Doi Inthanon, the highest peak, or the highest point in all of Thailand, is actually the last Lana king. His daughter brought his ashes up here, and so this was erected. His ashes are actually there. Now, I didn't know this offhand. There's actually a sign here. His name was King Ita Wijayanand. Sorry for mispronouncing that. It's a long name. But she brought the ashes up here.
No, it actually doesn't say he's the last Lana king on the sign, but
No.
Guy heard some.
The guide was explaining to people that apparently that ashes were the last king of Lana dynasty is ashes. So
This was a Korean group, so she was listening in,
Yeah.
listening in on Korean.
well, let's say he knows what he was talking about.
Yeah.
But
I think so.
yeah.
So now we're at the Grand Pagoda, and now this is probably the main reason why we came up here in the first place, even though we've seen some magical things this morning. So let's go and have a look around.
It's actually quite impressive in here. I didn't expect this. I think the pagodas actually have the relics of some sort of royalty in Thailand, but as you see here, the four holy places of Buddhism, Lumbini being one, obviously Bodh, Gaya, Sarnath and Kushnagar. It's just unbelievable. Look at this. Gautama with the Bodhi leaves, the Bodhi tree kind of emanating out of him. And up there, look, you can see the gold Bodhi leaves. Look at that. It's unbelievable. And look at the lotus on the roof. It's magical. So it's the second significant place, Bodh Gaya, obviously. Gautama again. Sarnath, where the Buddha gave his first teachings. So, for those of you who don't know, Lumbini was where the Buddha was born. Siddhartha Gautama, I should say, and Bodh Gaya was where the Buddha was born. So this is the difference between the Rupakaya and the Dhammakaya. So the physical incarnation and then the awakening, or the awakened one, and his Buddha in Parinirvana. So this is Kushnagar. So you see the great Parinirvana, this is when Buddha departed the world. Great place for meditation if it wasn't so busy. So actually we have the Buddha's halo relics though.
Buddha's halo.
And then the Arahant's relics in Buddha's time. We saw that the Arahant relics and the relics of the Buddha though. And the Arahant relics are referring to what, like?
Yes, also those relics you see like little bowls or looking ones. Other ones they apparently find from like a monk's body after burning the body after when they pass away, obviously. So apparently in Buddhism they say more enlightened you are, you get the more of those bowls, and the bowls are more like a crystallized. So that's what the significance of those bowls.
Yeah. This is the outside of the first pagoda. That's the second one. We'll go there in a second. Just the work, the detail. Inside was something else. It's only fitting that these relics are above the clouds, I guess. It's amazing. You often see these pictures of these pagodas, but they're even more impressive when you see them in person. They're bigger actually than what you think. So the pillars are a mix of Siddhartha's story, also his mother.
His mother and his wife.
Yeah.
And also he's like a foster mother.
Yeah.
Foster mother being his real mother's sister. So his auntie became foster mother. And she wanted to follow the footsteps of Buddha and wanted to become ordained monk. So she became like a first female monk, which is called Bhikkhuni. Yeah.
And it's also, again, House of the Relics, isn't it?
Yeah.
More relics.
Yeah, more relics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen relics get stored like that in like a
Crystal glass.
Yes, it's beautiful because I've seen like a lot of pagodas or tower, like a Asian style, like made by granite stones and things like that. But this is it's very unique. My style.
So you see a feminine presence in this one. It's a beautiful temple. And you've got some amazing gardens out here. They've done this well. I mean, they really have done this well. I'm impressed. As Guy was saying to me before, she was saying the Buddha made everyone a monk. He just ordained whoever. I'm sure it wasn't like that. When you read the stories, actually, it's those who were truly faithful to the Dharma. Didn't matter if it was his auntie, his mother, his cousin, or whoever, or just even a stranger. This is a feminine temple, and this is a masculine temple. And with the titles of what, Guy?
Oh yeah, Bhikkhuni is a female monk, ordained female monk. So that one would be for Bhikkhuni, and that one would be Bhikkhu.
Yes.
Bhikkhu is male ordained monk.
Actually, a lot of, particularly monks, they'll take the name Bhikkhu. So there's many bhikkhus, particularly in the Theravada Buddhist tradition in Thailand. Not so much in India, obviously not in Tibet and places like that, but definitely in Thailand and Sri Lanka, a dime a dozen is a bhikkhu. So what did you find out from the Korean tour guide?
Yeah, so he was explaining to people that how the male pagoda, actually that one has that relics from just the king that just passed, and the female one is obviously is waiting for queens because the queen is still alive. So that's what he was saying.
So our assumption that it was full of royals was true.
Yes.
But it's housing Buddhist relics,
Yes.
famous Arahant relics, everything like that. And they do that a lot here in Thailand, where they'll have the relic of the king or queen with something to do with the Buddhism. So the relics of famous monks or something to do with the Buddha himself.
Yes, yes. So they bring the Buddhism into the space as well.
Yeah, I love that. Welcome to the second destination on the Mae Hong Song Loop, Mae Sarirang. And this town is a real surprise. I didn't expect to see this. I thought it was going to be much smaller, but it is actually a lot bigger than what I thought. It's like a little miniature Payao, if you've ever been to Payao. One of the main attractions in Mae Sarirang are the 3 Chom temples. Now they say they're 3 Chom temples because they have Chom in their name. And actually there's 4. We'll try and visit 4. There's actually 4 Chom temples. I don't know why they say there's actually 3. There's actually 4. And so we're at the first one. This one is Wat Pratat Chom Mon. And so we'll go in and have a look. I think it's got a little bit of a Chinese feel. So you might see some images of Avalokiteshvara, Kuan Yin, if you will. So as I said to you guys, there's a bit of a Chinese influence in this temple. You see the Kuan Yin, the Avalokiteshvara. Look at that, that's magnificent. We're going to have a look there. Oh yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. This is Kruba Suachai. to translate in English, we could say the patron saint of the Lana Kingdom, or the North, Chiang Mai, and in and around Chiang Mai, where we are. Magnificent. This is Journey to the West. For those of you who know the story, monkey. Actually, if you guys are familiar with the television show, you see Pigsy, Monkey Magic. If you guys, well, from the 70s and 80s, you probably know that show, famous. But actually, it comes from the Journey to the West, famous story in China, amazing book, which was related to Xuanzang going into India looking for the knowledge of Buddhism, or to learn, you know, from a lot of the great sages at the time in Nalanda. Actually, the television show is it's a comedy, so you know, you can see why with Monkey and Pigsy. How are you? You good? No. Not, yeah. Don't hog all of the camera time, okay? Look at you, huh? Sawadee krab.
ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะไหว้พระขอพรนะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณมากครับ
ค่ะไหว้แล้วมาปักตรงนี้นะคะ
ครับ It's very random, isn't it, love? Chinese temple here. I guess we're not far from the Myanmar border.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's the case. But again, there's always a bit of a fusion. Like if you go to China, for those of who know Xishangbanga, like in Yunnan, when you go there, it's basically, it looks like Thailand when you go there. So there's a Theravada influence. So there's a bit of a crossover sometimes in the north with Mahayana Buddhism and Theravada. As you see in this temple, it's a crossover between Mahayana and Theravada. So there's Kuan Yin. So for those who are confused, the Avalokiteshvara, Kuan Yin, the Bodhisattva, same.
Same, different name.
Different name, yeah. Chinese, Sanskrit. And so you see here influential figures within China. So now, I'm assuming that's Bodhidharma. I might be wrong. I better get some incense cranking before we go see the old master, Lao Tzu. So let me grab a couple. Usually grab 3. When you're paying respects, you always grab 3 incense. Most of the time, signifying the 3 aspects. You know, if we're thinking about Hinduism, then we are thinking about Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. As I said, the 3 aspects. Some people say the Holy Trinity, or
Yeah, in Hinduism, as I said, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Look at this. So you've got the yin yang, you've got the Bhagwa around it, the 8 trigrams, and obviously they all symbolize the movement out of Uchi, nothingness, into Tai Chi, which is the yin yang, which is Tao in motion, which then creates the 8 trigrams, and then you have the 5 elements theory in Chinese Taoist philosophy. Here's the old master. How you doing, Lao Tzu? So pay respect. So let's make our way up. You guys come on? Okay. Yeah, no. Let's go. We're whole gang. Let's do it. He's a big Buddha, as you find in a lot of Chinese imagery. Well fed. Let's have a look from up here. Oh, it's beautiful. They're actually building like a Dharma hall here. We'll go around, circumambulate the Buddha. You see the Nagas here. Look at that. I think we're actually heading up to a pagoda. Let's wait and see. As you can all see, what you see mainly around in a lot of temples in this area as we try and do Indus, this moss, which gives it this archaic feel. Look at that, like all the way up the steps. It's really cool. I like how they keep that and they don't try and get rid of the moss. I can see this pagoda from town. Have a look at it. This is the Chomon pagoda. My street dog family followed me up. Wow, look at this. This is amazing. Oh, look at that. He's getting a drink out of the Buddha's footprint. You got full darshan. Okay. Wow, let's have a look at the town from up here. This is unbelievable. Seriously. This is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, from here, I mean, it looks very small, but it is bigger than probably what you think. It's deceiving. There's a lot of nooks and crannies. You can probably see a few temples that we're probably going to go to in a minute. But this pagoda is just something else, man. This is just... You got over here. Just so nice. Hey! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! What's wrong? Scared? Hey, it's okay. We circumambulate. Yeah, oh, okay. She's not into it. I'll grab myself some of that. That's a nice hammer, isn't it? And then the big bopper. Big bopper. It's unfortunately been a bit beaten up. It's lost a lot of its resonance. Look at that. Look at that in ancient times. Not ancient times, we're talking about 50 years ago here. Ancient times. 60s, likely. Wow, it's beautiful, man. There's a few other things up here. Let's have a look. Look at this. More steep stairs. Beautiful. I think we're going up to a spirit house. Spirit houses are very common in Thailand. This one hasn't been that taken care of. Oh, there's a few fresh drinks in there. I like that. Beautiful spot for a spirit house. Even higher here. Yeah, it's not that well taken care of up here, but still magnificent. Om Namo Buddhaya. Now I found the monk's house up here. I don't want to intrude too much. He's probably meditating. And so, look at where he lives. You know, it's a perfect place for sadhana, perfect place for meditation practice. It does seem as though this is not a super active like monastery. It's probably maintained by one monk to give Dharma talks and whatnot. And look, to be fair, these are the type of place I really love when you go off the beaten track and you go to a monastery or a temple and there's usually just one monk giving Dharma talks to the population. There's something quite quaint about it. You see it in India a little bit as well, where you're going to a village and there's a local guru. Doesn't have a YouTube channel. He's a local guru with the Brahmayana, the knowledge of Brahman, and people go and listen to him or her and get darshan. How are you, bud? How you doing? You good? You good? So guys, we're at the next Chom temple. What is this one called, love?
Chom Kriti.
Chom Kriti.
Chom
What Chom Kriti? Sounds like Wat Chom Kitty, like in Chiang Mai. And actually, I don't know if you guys can see over there in the valley, you see a gold Buddha, a couple of pagodas. We're going there just after this one. So, well, we think we're going to that one. There's two more we're going to see. So, and to be fair, I don't really know what's going on around here. It seems more as though it's a monastery. It's not really a temple. There's nothing going on. Oh no, there's a Buddha up there. Let's go up there. Sawadee Cup. Oh, Pagoda Cup, yeah. Yeah, we go there next. Yeah, copper my cup. So let's go and have a look. I think this is higher than the other one. Just let the Buddha know that we're here. I love these rugged temples. You see the old asbestos roof. Guy and I have stayed in a few places in Thailand with asbestos roofs, haven't we?
It's not around much anymore.
No, it's not.
Look at the dog.
Hey, look.
Right beside Buddha.
The dog's chilling at Buddha's feet there, look at that. There's a high Buddha there which we'll show you in a minute. I don't think there's been much going on here.
Haven't been visitors.
No visitors at all, huh? Just crazy people like you and I. I actually don't know what's happening at this temple, guys. We spoke to that, I think he's a monk or a caretaker, I have no idea. He looks like a caretaker, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's many monks around. There's a few washed monk robes.
More like a temple for dogs.
Yeah.
So many dogs.
You know, some dogs have got to become a Buddha too.
Of course.
So you need it.
Yeah, they have a good karma in this life to be born as a human.
I'll be born as a human, yeah, that's good karma. I'll be damned. There's a bunch of Buddhas here. Let's have a look. Give it a hit, love. Oh, yeah, that resonance is better than the other one.
It looks like been banged a lot around.
Yeah. Look at this.
You can see this as we were riding up. It's like, I mean, it's not the biggest standing Buddha you've ever seen. In the standard Abhaya Mudra, as you see. And you can't even walk around this one. Let's have a look. This is a really odd, I'm going to say it's an odd temple. And in here, there's a couple of Buddhism in this place is
Meditation chamber.
I don't know what has been going on in here, guys. Sometimes I like these sort of abandoned temples too. It's got a nice charm. It's definitely not up to the standard that we were just at, but
Yeah, it's almost just barely hanging on.
yeah, it's rugged. So you see at the shrine, guys, they had it for the monks. Looks like Kruba Sujata is still there. Buddha's here. And there's the living Buddha. Om Namo Shakyamuni Buddha. You okay? In permanent samadhi. So I don't know if they still do meditation up here, because that fan has got spider webs growing all over it. It hasn't been used. Some exercise equipment, guys. Dumbbell for your abs. Cement dumbbells. Doesn't get more hardcore than that, does it? That's a proper monk workout. And these are the toilets here. So shared toilets as usual in a monastery. You don't usually get the comforts of having your own private bathroom. This is a little more like it, people. Another beautiful white pagoda overlooking the valley. So you come onto the other side of Chomkriti temple, and it's there's a bit more work in it, you can say. So let's have a look. Grab my hammer. And even the hammer's in a bit more better nick. Look at that. That's quality. That's what we're talking about. No, it's a bit over the top.
Couldn't handle that sort of
No. So let's have a look out here. Again, you can see where we're going next. You can see the Yalm River. Look at that. Going down the valley. I don't even know. I'm assuming this goes further south to Tak. This is a beautiful one though. Considering the state of the rest of the temple, this is not bad up here. It looks like it's actually been recently built. There's some new tiles here. And Gautama just chilling. Theravada is not known for its art, not like in Vajrayana Buddhism. Well, I'm lying there a little bit. I mean, you can go to places all through Thailand and there's beautiful art depicting the Buddha and that, but in some of these more rugged places, they put zero work into the walls and everything around it, and it's just shrine, sit, shut up. And so that's all we really need to hear, I guess. Welcome to Wat Chom Tong. This is one we could see from the other ridge at Wat Chom Kriti. And so I think there's a lot of goodies around here. There's actually some sort of Isan music, I think, playing in the background here. So we might get a bit of a concert. These were the pagodas we could see from the other side. That's unique. You see the pagodas like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. What is that all about? That's, yeah, that is wrong measurement. That's a manufacturing flaw, that's for sure. The Siddhartha Gautama. Prabhasuachai. There's the late king with Prabhasuachai and all of these great monks. Now we have the story of the Buddha after birth. Buddha coming across an ascetic in the forest when he went outside of the kingdom. Buddha leaving his wife and child. Buddha cutting off his knot. Buddha attaining Nirvana under the Bodhi tree. And so you see the Buddha in Sarnath teaching these monks, and then in Kushtanagar attaining Maha-Nirvana. So like the other temples we've been to, it's super quiet around here, apart from the music, but you barely see a person. Here's a Bodhi tree here, look at this. This is magnificent, look at this. Wow, look at that.
This one got some age.
It's got age on it, doesn't
Got a
it?
bit of an age to it.
Not as old as the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, but it's old. And the tradition of putting the sticks up.
Yeah, and keep it
Yeah.
growing, healthy.
This is obviously the main event. So, and this is what we could see from Wat Chom Kruti, this big Buddha. But like most other things around here in Mae Sariyang, doesn't seem that maintained. There's some old flowers and that from possibly a few days ago.
Yeah, it doesn't look that active.
No,
Flame is not there.
no.
Yeah, no flame.
And to be fair, like, in some of these instances, the monks don't maintain these because they're focused on their practice in the monastery and that. And so a lot of these things are mainly for laymen. In saying that, there's a lot of temples where the monks do take care of this sort of stuff. Particularly like in around Chiang Mai, Bangkok, and you know, the big centers. But I'm guessing in Mae Sariyang, things are a bit more chill, so I mean, it'll get done, right? Eventually.
It'll take care of all it by itself.
Exactly. And so guys, you see the bells here. They got some good resonance. Not bad. Look at this. Oh, look at that. Look at that hive. Wow. You would not want that falling on you by a long shot.
Wow, you might get some fresh honey.
There's some good honey up in that, isn't it? Isn't it funny that we go to a lot of temples,
Yeah, you see a lot of the beehives.
beehives, and they're always under Buddha's armpit. I don't know what it is, like
Good energy.
good energy. On the way out of Wat Chom Tong, we actually found that this Dharma hall, which looks like Japanese style, nice wood. You can't get in, unfortunately. So guys, we've arrived at the 4th Chom temple, Wat Chom Chiang. Now I know that people often say there's only 3. This is a bonus, and this one is right in the heart of the town. And before you go in, have a look at this. Bit of a resting area. And you look over the town there. You're right in the middle of the town here, actually. So let's have a little quick look around.
Flat out busy.
Flat. Yeah. Mae Sariyang and busy are not synonymous, that's for sure. So let's go up to the main temple. We kind of knew that this was going to be probably the smallest of the 4, but to be fair, at the minute, Chom Kruti is definitely the smallest and possibly the most dilapidated. This actually looks beautiful. This looks like probably the pick of the bunch, to be honest. This is what we're talking about. Oh, the temperature in here, it drops like 5 degrees. Look at the artwork. I was mentioning at Chomkriti that there's some temples, like those really rugged ones that don't even put any work in, but these bigger ones in Thailand, they put a lot of work into the art, which is beautiful. You can see the Bodhi tree behind the Buddha. And then actually this one goes from left to right. So you see the Buddha's birth, the Buddha seeing sickness with his family, leaving his family, and then we go through the whole path of the Buddha all the way around. There he is teaching, possibly in Sarnath, and that is him attaining Nirvana or Parinirvana in Kushanagara. And there again is Kruba Suachai, sort of a staple in Thai temples. There's the late king. There's usually a lot of pictures of the late king there with the elephant, and when he did his time as a monk, which is a beautiful part of the Thai tradition where a lot of young men actually have to do some time in a monastery. So, you know, some other countries they do military training. In Thailand they do monk training, and so it's wonderful. Behind the temple we found a couple of pagodas just chilling. We were just going to leave and adios, but here we go. Freshly minted gold paint as well. And just on the other side of the temple, you see they're restoring it a little bit. They're doing something with the windows. Actually, this one doesn't even have a window. This one does. You can see it behind the plastic. So they're doing something. As you can see, the paint's a bit older. Yeah, I think they're going to restore it because it is the centerpiece of town, and so it should reflect the magnificence of Mae Sarirang. We are about to embark on a 3-hour journey through the Mae Hong Son province, from where we are right now in Mae Sarirang all the way to Mae Hong Son town. Now, this is the longest stretch of the Mae Hong Son loop, and so Guy and I have always been interested about this part of the Mae Hong Son loop. What's there to find? Who knows? But we're going to take you guys along the journey with us today. Guys, we're just a quick stop in a little town called Mae La Noi, and at the moment it's a really good ride. It's a lot better than the ride from Doi Inthanon to Mae Sarirang. There's actually a lot to see on the way. We can't really stop everywhere, because if we stop everywhere we're not getting to Mae Hong Son until 10 at night, and that's not good for us. So, but there's a lot to see. We've stopped here at this little temple. This is the little village here of Mae La Noi. To be fair, it looks as big as Mae Sarirang. There's just so much to see. The roads are immaculate. It's good if you love riding motorbike like I do. And as you see here, a bit of a shrine to Siddhartha Gautama. This is a completely random Burmese style temple in the middle of nowhere. We just pulled into Kun Yam. This is like halfway to Mae Hong Son town. It's more towards Mae Hong Son town, and we were actually going to stay here, but the accommodation we wanted to stay at was far too expensive, so we didn't end up staying. But we're stopping at one of the best cafes I think I've ever seen. The view is unbelievable. Have a look at this when I show you, but I'll show you inside the cafe a little bit. Then you come out here. Have a look at this. What a view. What a view. Koh Nyam's a beautiful place. Actually, the town is a little bit bigger than what I thought. That was the view, huh?
Ah, amazing.
Yeah.
Perfect stop.
Perfect stop, huh?
Yeah, perfect stop on the road trip. Beautiful.
And perfect almost halfway, isn't it?
Almost halfway, yes.
We're actually further than halfway.
Yes. So from here to Mae Hong Son, well, the sign says 80 kilometers, but we will see. But yes.
So where'd you get, love?
Mocha.
Okay. Give us a shot.
Let's see. Perfect.
Perfect, yeah. Dad's garden, people. Seriously.
The chocolate is like a really good quality powder chocolate, cacao powder or something. It's not syrup or anything.
And the coffee's not too bitter too, is it?
Really good.
So, like I said, people, Dad's garden. Loving is caring. Guys, we are in Wat Moi Tor, just on the north side of Koh Nyam. Let's have a look around. Seems like a pretty quiet temple in a really quiet town. So, wow, look at this. There's the old image of the Buddha and the resident monk is here. Look at this place. Wow. You've got Kuan Yin. You've got, like in most Theravada monasteries, the story of the Buddha in beautiful art painting. This would be where the main monk, abbot, would sit and give Dharma talks in the morning and in the evening. And this is the main shrine. Wow, it was unexpected, man. This is kind of like, again, Burmese style. Like, as you see, the wooden floorboards. It's just unbelievable. These type of monasteries, man, I love them. Temples. Oh, look at that. The Mahabodhi temple in Bodh Gaya. That is the one. That is the one. And you see up here, old images of the older monk. Look at the ceiling. Look at the craftsmanship up there around the light. Oh. Here's the food hall for the monks. Just a little gander. Ah, I love it, man. It's really got that Thai, Burmese, the mixture, the fusion of both in this kind of Lana North. I love it. I love this type of temple. I've been in temples like this in Myanmar before. Just everything's so rugged and raw. You know, the Theravada Buddhist tradition is very austere, so Hey, just blown away by this one. This is the type of place I'd love to come for a personal private retreat. And so like one of the main things in Thailand, one of the best things about it are these type of monasteries and temples you find. So if you're really interested in meditation and diving deeper inside, I mean, they're everywhere. Particularly in Mae Hong Son, there's so many. Mae Hong Son and like Isan over towards Ubon, some of the best temples in all of Thailand, some of the best monasteries. Some bells, older bells. Usually they will keep the stuff of old monks, so they're the old plates and that they use, the cups and whatnot. It's just something that they do in the Buddhist tradition. They keep a lot of the older products that, you know, the monks, they didn't have many things. They don't have many things, I should say. And so the things that they do have, they try to keep those enshrined. Look at this old picture. Wow. Could only imagine that, how good that would have been back then. There probably was nothing around here. There's not really much around here anyway. We found this interesting shrine, and you see there's a lingam here. Now it could be just some sort of special rock, because in Burma particularly there's a lot of temples that have golden rocks in the monasteries and the temples. But that looks like a lingam to me. And it probably is, because, you know, there's not much difference between Buddhism and Hinduism. Buddhism comes from Hinduism, as a matter of fact, so Buddha was a Hindu until he became a Buddha. Those inscriptions there, see that? That's the Burmese writing. Look at that. So, and one thing you see between Burmese writing, Tamil as well, and also in Sri Lanka, there's a seamless thread with their script. And that may be due to being related to also Theravada Buddhism as well. Thai is kind of linked in with that as well. Look at this. There's an ordination temple there. Now when you come to a monastery or a temple, ordination temples are usually shut because people aren't getting ordained night and day. It's a rare occurrence, particularly in the modern day. We have stopped at Pa Bong viewpoint. This is a must stop. If you have a look over here, it actually reminds me of the Blue Mountains a little bit in Western Sydney. I don't know why it reminds me of that, but it just does. See down there, you can see the river a little bit down there. You can also see some cornfields. There's corn everywhere up here in the north. I guess corn just grows everywhere, and you see right through the valley there. And there's a really cute coffee shop over here. I'll show you the view of the coffee shop. It's well worth a stop. Some old TVs here.
เอสเปรสโซ่เย็นเพิ่มหวานค่ะค่ะ
เท่าไหร่อ่ะ อันนี้สติ๊กเกอร์อ่ะ อันนี้เป็นสติ๊กเกอร์ครับ สติ๊กเกอร์
Stickers.
3,100
สวัสดีครับ And you see the view here. Having a tea, look at that. There's been a lot of people having coffee here this morning, or this afternoon really. What a view. What a view, well worth a stop. We're only 17 kilometers from Mae Hong Son town, so it's a little bit of a stop to stretch. Get yourself a drink before the last stretch. Guys, that's it. That's the whole journey from Mae Sarayang here to Mae Hong Son town.
We made it.
Welcome to Mae Hong Son town. And guys, I must tell you, this place is an absolute diamond on the Mae Hong Son loop. This is a place that we could definitely see ourselves settling. It's an unbelievable place. Now have a look at the views that we have over here. It feels as though you're in the Himalayas. You are surrounded by mountains, and one of the reasons it reminds me of the Himalayas is there's a lot of locations in the Himalayas in Nepal, especially where there's just a airport and a runway randomly, and it's just hugged by all of these mountains around it. Kudos to the pilots for sure. And what we see down there, and I'll show you this later tonight, there's a little lake pond there and a beautiful temple beside it. There was just chanting before. We are actually up at a temple called Wat Pratat Doi Kong Mu, and this is a beautiful temple actually. And the pagodas, they house the remains of some influential and famous Buddhist monks. And so have a look at these pagodas. Absolutely breathtaking. And you see, obviously, Gautama the Buddha, images of Gautama the Buddha here. And what you can do is you can walk up, and this is what you are greeted with if you're going to walk back down. Look at that. How is it up here? Sawadee Cup. How is it up here?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Remind you of anywhere?
Yeah. Nepal?
Nepal, yeah.
Yeah. Nepal in rainy season maybe.
Yeah.
Green. Very green.
This is undoubtedly the greatest coffee shop in the world. Pull up a pew, and look at that. Under the nice shade of this tree here. Wow, I don't think you could get any better than that, could it? Seriously, I could get a tea up here. And when you come up here to the temple, which overlooks Mae Hong Son town, make sure you spend some time in quiet contemplation and circumambulate around the two pagodas here. It's an important part of the Buddhist tradition, and also Hindu and Taoist tradition as well. And so behind, we're actually up where the standing Buddha is. We'll go up there in a second. But it looks like they're building some type of monastery accommodation here. I think the older accommodation is over here, which is likely in the Thai rugged style. but that could be also just a big temple as well. Happy cat. What's there to be unhappy about? Here was the Shramana Buddha. At the moment, we're up at the Standing Buddha, and behind the Standing Buddha, I believe, is the Ordination Temple, and this is the highest point of this temple up here. Now behind the Ordination Temple, what you'll find is this memorial. Now this is an interesting memorial. It's the Rider's Memorial, and so for those who loved life on two wheels. And so as it says here on the memorial, this GT Rider Memorial is to honor our departed riding mates who lived in Thailand and rode their bikes on the Mae Hong Song Loop. So this is a new initiative here, and it says actually the memorial was officially inaugurated on the 6th of November 2016. And so it is just a memorial to immortalize those people who loved riding the Mae Hong Song Loop, and obviously they would have to have lived here. And that's an amazing initiative, right? An amazing memorial to just pay respects to those people who love this part of the country and love Thailand in general. This is just some of the amazing things that they do in Thailand, right? Like Thais, they love everyone. Doesn't matter where you're from, who you are. It's kind of like India, right? If you love India, Indians will love you. And likewise in Thailand, if you love Thailand, Thais love you as well. But let's be frank, Thais love you regardless, Indians love you regardless. Just down the hill from the temple we're at is the Kuan Yin temple here in Mae Hong Song. This is a magical place, peaceful place. Actually, there's nobody here. And there's an interesting fusion with the ambulance service here. Obviously, Kuan Yin being the goddess of compassion, the Bodhisattva. And so we have the ambulance workers honored at this place. They actually work from here, which is amazing. So it's really nice to see the Thai community respect first responders, which is important in any culture, but for whatever reason these days, not many people respect first responders. So without them, we don't have much of a society. So it's really good to see that they respect the first responders here. So let's have a look around. As you see here on the walls, depicted of stories of Lao Tzu, Bodhidharma, Kongza. Obviously there's Lao Tzu up there again. The artwork in this temple is beautiful. You see Manchas, again Bodhidharma. Outside you have the Tai Chi symbol, the Yin Yang, with the Bagua. So the Bagua symbol, the 8 trigrams. And then over here you have Lao Tzu. And so the old master. And that's one of the great things about Chinese Buddhism, if you want to call it that, is this fusion between Taoism and Mahayana Buddhism, which, you know, became Chan actually in China, which is now modern day Zen in Japan. We are up at the temple again for sunset, which is actually on the other side, but when you look at the sun glistening on these blue mountains, it's amazing. And look, we'll go down there in a second, have a look at the night market. Let's go to the other side and check out the sunset from the other side of the mountain. So just over there is Burma, over this mountain range. It's quite a beautiful place at sunset, peaceful. So as you can all see, the night market is coming alive down near the lake pond there and the temple. So we're going to go and explore the night market briefly, and also the beautiful temple beside the lake. So guys, we're on Mae Hong Son walking streets, full of food, full of crafts. We'll have a look around, get your lotto tickets. Famous here in Thailand, twisty chips, sawadee krap. Juice. Fresh juice. We had some of that last night. Awesome. And these little things, what do they make it like? That's
Yeah, that's like a coconut made with a coconut flour, and she put some little sweet corn in it, so it's a bit of a dessert, sweet.
this is som tam. Som tam is papaya salad.
Yeah.
Delicious, spicy. A lot.
Yeah, sweet, sour, and spicy. It's like a black bean soy milk.
Black bean soy milk.
Yeah. Freshly brewed.
Freshly brewed, huh?
Yeah, it's unsweetened.
That'd be good for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like when I first stayed in Pai, that was a part of my breakfast. I remember it was like 5 baht, like hot, just been brewed in the morning. And just to add, today is Monday night. So it seemed like there's no time when or where
Exactly.
for party.
Sawadee krap. Every night's a party in Thailand.
Oh yes.
But that's a really good thing about Thailand, man. The community, they still come out, they do things like this. We've kind of lost that in the developed world a little bit, where we all sit at home and watch our TV, sit on our phones. Where the people, they still get out and connect with each other, no matter what it is. But usually these markets are a real binding aspect of the community. Where are we going, love? We're going to Wat Jong Klang and Wat Jong Kam. So these are the two temples right on the lake. Look at this. And it's the image of Buddha in the Burmese style. Buddha under the Bodhi tree, as usual. And look at this, look at the ceiling in timber as well, and wood, painted, even the pillars. How good. You would think that that's concrete, but that's wood. That's one of the best things about Thai and Myanmar temples is the attention to detail, the use of wood instead of concrete. Saw this last night too. There's Ganapati there. Look at that. Wood Ganapati. There's the late great king right there. You see behind here, they didn't really do the gold all the way, but I guess that will happen eventually. Well, who knows if it will happen. It's not like these are new temples, they're very old. And as I said, there's the ceiling again with the wood finish. The Buddha under the Bodhi tree again. And over here, look at this. And Dharma hall. Well, it doesn't really look like a Dharma hall per se, because they have a lot of chairs and whatnot put out like for ceremony, or put out for some sort of type of special ceremony. But I think it is Dharma hall, because you see the place for all the monks here. And as you see, much a typical setup, but again, wood finished floors. The great monks of yesteryear. Image of the Buddha up there behind the gold Buddha. And the main shrine of Namo Buddhaya. So you see the paintings all the way around too. And look at this. But again, with the ceiling, wood finish, wood pillars. And you see here the pagoda here. You can actually, in the background, can you see the pagoda on top of the mountain where we were before? So you've got Kuan Yin, Ganapati, and then over here, we've got the big white Buddha. Look at that. Magnificent.
So this temple, Wat Chong Kam, was built in 1827, and what it says here, this temple was the very first temple that was built in Mae Hong Son province altogether. So that's the significance of this temple, and you can see this age, and they've been taking care of this place very well, so it still remains as beautiful as I guess it was in the past.
I find it hard to believe that this would have been the first ever temple in Mae Hong Son throughout history, but you know, that's what the locals say. Considering Buddhism has been here since God only knows how long.
Yeah, it's just the temple itself was built in 1827, but Buddhism obviously been around way longer than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, this is another Dharma hall in Chiang. And look at the, again, wood finish. Standard paintings of the story of the Buddha, as you would typically see. This is a real unique Buddha here. As you see, made of like a straw bag. And look at this. Last night we observed the monks chanting on this pedestal here. And look at the, you know, the wood stupa. Oh my goodness. The detail. Beautiful. It was really nice to observe them chanting last night. Let's go around here. Ganapati's hanging around here too. Just kind of chilling in the back, doing his thing. Vajra. And again, this is something so rugged about the Burmese style. I just, you know, I love it. That's why I love being in Myanmar a lot. Is, you know, being fortunate enough to spend time in these type of temples and monasteries. It's just, words can't describe, you know, the feeling you get from spending time in places such as this. So this is a Burmese style pagoda, which you see a lot in Mae Hong Son. You probably noticed this type of pagoda in Mae Sariyang when we were there. So it's a Burmese style pagoda. Beautiful. You'll see these type of pagodas everywhere in Myanmar, particularly when you go into Yangon. So yeah, this one was built by the Shan people and the Tai people. So you see there, like there's a white Buddha, and look at that. Look at that. Thais, they just do it well. They do it really well. All throughout Asia, I should say, people do it well when it comes to spirituality. Hey guys, we're in Pai. We're staying out at a farm here, and we're going to show you the other side of Pai. A lot of people know about this side of Pai, but we're going to show you more of the cultural and historical aspects of Pai. A lot of people come to Pai for the walking street, for the parties. There's a big hippie scene here, and as you know with Guy and I, that is not our scene. So we're going to show you the reasons why we come to Pai and the natural beauty of the area and the wonderful people that live here. Welcome to Chedi Pratat Mayem. So the big Buddha, in other words, and it's quite a walk up, quite a steep incline. And actually this hasn't been around for that long. It wasn't until around 2015-16 when Guy and I came back here, and they were actually
building it.
Just building it, yeah.
It wasn't completed, but obviously now it's completely done, and
yeah,
it's open for visitors.
Open for visitors, yeah. So there's always been a temple here, as you see over here. Beautiful old temple overlooking town. And then they utilized all of the land above them for this big Buddha. So let's go up and have a look around.
We have arrived to the top now, and the first sight of this Buddha is a little bit disappointing actually, because we came here when it was just built and not yet completed at that time. It was perfect, but now things are falling apart. Trees are growing. So they even put this plastic tape across so you can't actually walk around the statue. Is that bad condition? So yeah, hopefully they get to work and make this Buddha statue look better and make it healthier.
To elaborate more on what Guy was saying, as you see here, a couple of falling pieces. Please be careful. This area is under restoration. So to be fair, to further what Guy said, as you see with the tree hanging out, as you can see under Buddha's finger, index finger there, it's all kind of come away, and on the side of the lotus here.
Look at the bottom here. That bottom, you see? Entire bottom is kind of...
Oh my god, the entire bottom is just blown out.
Yeah, chipped away. over time.
And usually these places are the most maintained places of any Thai
Exactly.
town. So I just don't think there's been much money being put into it. And
Maybe, or they built it too quickly. Maybe.
yeah, there were. I remember when we came here and we walked around the back. There was a part under the arm that had dropped away.
Right.
And I think maybe the initial construction was not, as complete as what it should have been. So, but to elaborate more on what Guy said, this shouldn't be happening after less than 10 years construction. I mean, they usually build all of these Buddhist statues and that to last for future generations. And look, even you can see, if you guys can see on top of the Buddha's ear on that side, on his left ear, right to us, the entire top of his ear has come away. Now, the Buddha is not chopper reed, so he's not cutting his own ear off. So that's just fallen away, and hopefully someone who was circumambulating the Buddha didn't, cop any debris. So this is a wise choice, as Guy was saying, to put the fence up.
You don't want any
No.
unpleasant surprise.
But you can see people have been just jumping over anyway.
Alright.
And guys, one of the obvious reasons people come up here is the view. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's probably the highest viewpoint in town. And so it's a beautiful place for sunset, sunrise. Often when you come up here for sunset particularly, it's packed. So it's better to come up for sunrise. There's hardly anyone here, but...
Free of charge.
Free of charge, yeah. When Guy and I used to come up here, no one would come up here. I don't know why, but now you're getting more people, which is, a lot better. So we're down in the temple, down just beneath the big Buddha. This is a real beauty, I tell you. The artwork and everything. There's a fusion actually of Buddhist and Hindu iconography in the temple. Obviously you see the Buddha here, an extreme sadhana. Actually you see the Buddha's parents here depicted as Hindus, which they were, and Buddha was Hindu, which a lot of people don't realise. And then over there as well. And obviously Buddha under the Bodhi tree there. I've never quite seen a waterfall like that near Bodh Gaya. Just a lovely depiction here again. Teaching, possibly in Sarnath. And again, here's just the whole story of the Buddha all the way along. This is the Mei Yen Meditation Center. So you can come up here in the mornings, I'm guessing, with the monks and meditate, or it is just for the monks in this monastery, which is highly probable. Here the great texts would be in Pali, and we've still got a really good view here. Actually, this used to be, before the Buddha was built up above, this was probably one of the best views in town. And look, it still is a great view, isn't it? It's beautiful. And so you see the shrine up there for the Buddha. You see here the great bell and a really dead moth. Maybe not so dead. You see over here you've got your patent pagoda. So you see here in the meditation center, monks only, this seat. Usually there'll be cushions or something on there. But as you see, this is traditional, comfortable Thai furniture. On the other side, we have another reclining Buddha, which you see all throughout Thailand. This is a beautiful one. Looks very old, this one. This, I believe, is Kubasa. I might be wrong. And again, the same similar artwork of the Buddha's life all the way This is one of the older parts of the temple, as you see here with the ceiling. The old Burmese wood style. Over here, we've got some free books for Thais, which unfortunately the rats have been chewing on. That's one of the beautiful things about Buddhism in Thailand. They'll leave a lot of free stuff for the locals. Swadee Cup. You're the ticket lady, yeah? There you go. So we are at the Pambok bamboo bridge. Now this is new to Guy and I. We had no idea it even existed. The history behind it is that the monks could only come across to the Pambok village certain times a year, so they built this bamboo bridge so they could come across for alms all year round. So from the monastery to the Pambok village. And like with anything around Pai or in Thailand in general, it's turned into a tourist attraction. And it's become a little bit gimmicky, as I said, like with the love heart in the background. But real beautiful place in the valley out here. And Pambok actually is stunning, the views and the nature out here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
As you see, the construction of the bamboo bridges are quite elaborate, strong. And then, you know, of course, you're gonna have to have a love heart, aren't you? Look at that. You got an ox over there. You can sit on top of it like Lao Tzu. But as with anything bamboo, these have to be replaced a lot because just wear and tear with the weather. And like I said, it's just a touch of gimmickiness. If you see it for what it is with the nature in the background, like we're in a village, you see the rice paddies here, you see all the farmers' stations, you see houses up in the village. Like we're literally in someone's backyard, basically. So guys, you're just casually walking along, and then what the hell? This is the nature of bamboo bridges, obviously. It's taken a tumble. There's been a bit of erosion here. It's bound to happen, you know. And there's all the remnants of the older bridge, which I'll use again. But it is a really durable product, typically, because that's why most village houses and bungalows are built with bamboo, if you treat them right and everything. Again, this was built for monks, and so monks don't need the best of quality. They just need to do what they need to do. They need to get where they need to get. And so in regards to alms, they need to get food obviously for the day, so as long as they can get over the rice fields, everyone's happy. Swadee Cup. This little tunnel's in the shape of a love heart. Would you expect anything different? Nice shade in here. I don't know where we're going. It's actually longer than what I thought, and I'm sure that this is going over to the temple, you would think. Otherwise, the whole history of the bridge is bunk. But I'm pretty sure it's not, so let's keep tracking. So guys, we've made it to the temple, and a tree has landed on the bridge. It is right there. We are locked out, and as Guy was just saying off camera, it looks like a magnificent temple as well. And you can see why they would have needed a bridge, because there's no way you can trek through that when it's
to walk through the rice field. And in monsoon, that's just not going to happen. It's going to be hard, yeah. And now it's, who knows how long it's been this way, so
yeah,
it beats the purpose built to hold the bridge. If it's broken just before to get into the temple.
Yeah.
So
it's just amazing that this temple is here too, because it's like way off in the distance and just tucked away in the, sort of nestled in the hill. So I don't know, we'll try and see if we can get in. I doubt we can, but there must be a way, surely. We have arrived to Wakakiri, I think that's how we pronounce it, and they're actually doing a lot of construction work here. They're building another bridge from another entrance. That's a bit more durable than bamboo, that's for sure. This is one part of the temple. Yes, I see there's a bit of a cooking situation going on here, mixed in with Dharma hall. And if at night you were coming here, you'd be positive that this is real human. But it's not. This is beautiful, man. This is like proper rugged Theravada forest monastery tradition. Some of the places that we would love to stay. Oh my goodness.
Collective teachings of our the three women.
Oh my goodness. That is well worth your weight in gold, that stuff. So if they've got those in English, there are some foreigners who are staying here. Wow. I wonder if I want to really take a look. Let's just have a look under. Talks on daily life practice, talks on formal practice, talks on renunciate practice. Wow. This is for monk only. So some medicines and essential puja elements. Proper forest monastery, isn't it, love?
Three almost 5 bowls, so there are 5 monks.
Yeah.
This is the place that you need to come for proper Buddhism.
Yeah.
When we were up there before with the white Buddha statue, is a bit more for tourism, sightseeing place. And this is what real Theravada forest tradition Buddhism is all about. And I mean, I can understand if people don't make it up this far because the bridge is broken, so people instantly think that you're not allowed to go any further, or there is no other path to get to here. But yeah, they should actually come here and actually see what they really paid for and what those bridges were for, really.
Yeah. And to be fair, even coming in, even if you weren't supposed to come in, the monks are not going to say anything. No, we're not recommending that you do that. You're actually still allowed to come in. Like, there is a detour. They've intentionally made another bridge for a detour to come in. But when you get in here, it's a bit tricky because there's bridges falling over everywhere. There's obstacles. So if you're not strong and fit, then you might not get to where we are at the minute.
Or if people are a bit hesitant to go a bit further. But monasteries, usually everyone is welcome.
100%. And like I was saying, there's only 3 arm bowls here and 2 over there. So there's only 5 monks. Wow. Only 5 monks in total. And you see pictures over here of a Jan Char. There's a Jan Char there. It's just unbelievable, magnificent actually. And there's the monk quarters in there, but the dog is protecting one of the monks' quarters.
He's doing a proper job. He's very protective of those cookies where monks actually sleep and stay. Yeah. So.
Good dog, really good dog actually. He comes charging at you like he's going to kill you, but then as soon as he gets to you, he kind of wagging his tail. Yeah. Classic guard dog mentality.
This is a proper water system here. 3 big filters, and I think reverse osmosis. Look at it. You never go dehydrated.
No, look at the size of it. What we got? Wow, we got like 100 litres.
Yeah.
So,
Proper.
if you're eager, oh goodness, so look at the size of that. A bit different what we had at our house, that's for sure. This one might actually work. The main monk has got the Don joint. Have a look at this. What a place to live. This is truly getting away from it. There's some smaller cottages there. And like I said, that's one of the smaller ones. So that might be for a newbie. And have a look at this. And you see here, this chair for talks, for Dharma talks. Om Namo Buddhaya. We are making our way further up. I'm not sure if we're supposed to be in any of these areas, but you know me, I need to explore these places. I need to stay at some of these places, to be honest. I didn't know about this temple. Just quickly sneak through. So there's more monk quarters up here. Wow. Wow. And you just come across this. Hear the quiet up here. Wow. Sujata. Like with any monastery, man, you come in, you wouldn't even know one's living here. You wouldn't even think anyone's living here. Now, after our secret mission, we've actually found the main part of the temple. You see, look, there's out there is where we were. There's a broken bridge, which I think that couple are going to try and just go across, which I think you can do, to be fair. And so we ran over that way, and then there's a bit of a dirt track. And this is the main temple here. Well, I don't know if it's the main temple, but it's at the front. There's the great man, Sujata. And again, there'll be relics up here for sure, encased in those glass stupas. And you see the Buddhas up here. Look here. Look at this. Man, it's unbelievable. And that's it. That's the temple, isn't it?
Yeah, actually.
Gold standard, isn't it?
I think my favorite part was when we were up there.
Yeah.
The hall where actual monks practice their chanting.
You can hear a pin drop up there, can't you?
Yeah, and it's really beautiful. And yeah, actually, they are coming.
Yeah,
over
and I think that
from
we're going to do that too.
Broken. Yeah, we were a little bit too cautious, maybe.
Yeah.
Came all the way around, but otherwise we maybe didn't see that part where monks live.
So part of this tradition too is with the Bodhi leaf, the gold Bodhi leaf, is you can write a message on there, or you know, like we could write Gaya and Jason on there. And what happens eventually is they melt these down and they rub them on particular statues. So, or in this case, they just leave them up. In the Mae Hong Son one, they actually melt them because there's so many people come up to the Mae Hong Son one, and they can't keep all of these Bodhi leaves there. So this one they will probably just keep up forever, I think. Who's this? Georgian Joy, Curb, plenty of people. This is one of the more unique pagodas, people. Have a look at this. Just made of stone and concrete. So this is what you're actually greeted by as you walk in the temple, which we had to divert, obviously. But this is it. If you can read Thai, there you go. Really unique pagoda.
Looks like a big lingam.
Looks like a big lingam, huh? It really does. And you can see a little bit of the entryway in up to the, well, the first hall. I wouldn't say the main hall, but the first hall. Guys, you can see how many times this has been knocked down, destroyed, rebuilt, weather, all of the above. But thankfully they keep building bridges so we can come up and we can experience the magic of this place. I would say all the times we've been in Pai and we've never seen this place because this bridge was never built, but out of everything we've seen in Pai, this is probably the most impressive thing in Pai, I would say.
And you kind of indirectly or directly experience how the monk has to go to the town for alms.
Yeah, the hardships that they have in choosing the Dharma and following the forest tradition. But at the same time, you experience the bliss in there as well, like when we were in the Dharma hall back there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think most people listening and watching would love just to spend one day in there. They spend a lifetime.
Yes.
But before we carry on,
And now this is also what we have to go through.
let's see, I'll go first. So if anything happens, then Guy can write my obituary, write a eulogy. If you walk on the side, it's actually not bad.
Yeah, okay. Actually pretty solid still.
Yeah. They're just being cautious here, people. They're just being cautious. Yes, we were being too respectful to what they put up. Everyone else just throw the bamboo away. See you later. We're coming through, son. And to be fair, it's not that dangerous. Here's some of the toilet situations here.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. Seen way worse than that before. So you see, they're just in like a concrete drum, which is
Oh, that's actually brilliant.
brilliant idea, isn't it? Concrete drum.
And then roof, the ceiling is open.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Those concrete drums are usually used as a septic tank, so they thought, why not use the septic tank as an actual bathroom? And this is what the walk back looks like, guys. This is what the actual walk for alms each morning for the monks would be like. Not a bad way to start the day. So all in all, with the bamboo bridge, guys, you can take back a lot of what I said at the start. But to be fair, right at the start of the walk, it is a bit gimmicky. But the main attraction is the temple. I mean, you wouldn't even know it's back here. Like look.
Right in the forest.
You would not even know it's there.
Yes.
And so that's really the main attraction of the joint. Guys, we're at a new Indian restaurant in Pai, and so we're going to finish our day off here. It's been a big day. We went to a lot of places, and yeah, this is a new one. We haven't tried this one before, so we're excited to try the food here. And we've just got a chaya before the food comes. We'll see what Guy thinks of it. Give us a taste test, love. Pretty good, yeah? How do you compare it to like our favourite tea shops in Tiruvannamalai and
Tough to beat.
tough sell, yeah,
It's
tough
a
sell.
but it's really good for our sort of India.
Yeah.
It is a proper masala chai.
welcome to the small town of Lampang in Lampang province. Now this is a beautiful place, but Guy and I came here for one reason, a famous landmark, which is about an hour from Lampang town. What's the name of this temple we're going to, love?
Okay. What? Chalong Prakyat.
Yes.
Yes, got it
Tongue
right.
twister. So we're going there. These are the famous sky pagodas. So it's 1 hour from here. So we're going to hit the road and we want to show you the beauty of one of the most majestic landmarks in Thailand. We just made it to where we start the trek to go up to the pagodas, and there's this amazing coffee shop, and as usual we got our patent Thai milk tea. And we can tell you that the ride up here is like a roller coaster ride. The road is horrendous, so it's all part of it, but you get this view behind us at this coffee shop, which is amazing. It's your mountain, brother. We're just passing by. Alright. All good. We don't want any trouble. So this is the beginning of the trek up. As you see, a lot of wooden stairs. I'm actually disappointed because I was ready for climbing rocks and mountains and...
Oh, so you were ready for the rock climbing?
Yeah. And then we got this. Anyway, makes it a lot easier. As you see, we just keep going up and up. It's getting steeper and steeper. Look at these vines. Oh my goodness. As you can see, guys can see over there, look, there's a valley on that side. As we get to the top, we'll see the other side as well. Wow, look at this, guys. This is what we're talking about. This is why you come. This is fantastic.
Beautiful.
Heavy, yeah? We are at the top, people. It is unbelievable around here, I can tell you. One of the most breathtaking places you'll see in the world, I think. I'll show you around a little bit. We're in front of this pagoda here. I mean, look at this, and then look behind here. You've got all these other sky pagodas. You've got a bit of a drop down here, obviously. Look at these mountains here. We could see these from the distance when we were riding this morning. They are very unique rock formations. Look at that. Look at these sky pagodas over here. There's a temple, little temple there. You can see the Buddha there. And look at these little ones over here. Like, how the hell are they getting those ones on the edge over there? I mean, the amount of work and dedication, you've got to admire that. Right on the edge down there. I don't even know if there's actually like a path to get down there, but we'll find out in a second. We've just arrived, so you can see there's a couple hiding around the back here. So far worth it, isn't it, love?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I feel like you're on top of the world.
Yeah. Guys, this valley is just, this is the other side from where we were in the coffee shop, so.
I think that's a car park, no?
That would be the car park, yes. So you guys can see down there, that's the car park where we got the rickshaw up here. So it is a steep incline. And so yeah, we came down through this valley all the way down this way. Actually, we crossed over some mountains here. Guys, so I found where we assume the military guys are staying, because it's a fair way up here, so they probably stay up here overnight. I mean, why wouldn't you want to stay up here overnight? So look here. Not a bad house, is it? Not bad at all. Imagine that. Waking up in the morning. Yep. I'd take that job, that's for sure.
It could be part-time security military and full-time monk.
100%. And also drink wine, as you can see. Have a few winos at night. Enjoy the view. Military by day, drunk by night, monk by morning.
Perfect.
We are up at the temple. See these little sky pagodas here. Look at this one's over here. This is so cool, man. Look at that. I think Guy and I will try to get there. But this temple's so cute. You see the old ladies having a snack. Military guy cleaning the shrine. What is this one? What are these? This one? Ah, banana.
Banana.
Ah, banana. Ah, ครับ Chiang Mai?
Lampang.
Lampang. Ah.
แจ้ห่ม
Chiang Mai.
เชียงใหม่
Ah. Australia.
ออสเตรเลีย
Ah. Korea.
บรรยากาศดีนะคะเนาะ
Ah. Korea. Yeah. Very good. ครับ
I think these are probably the oldest pagodas been built, and maybe that's how they started. I mean, start small, and they grew the idea of how to build an actual temple up here. And I think this is what we have, the evolution from here, from this to everything else.
So guys, you can see the pagoda from this side. We were just up there before. Like, look at that. Seriously.
That's the mountain range.
Yeah, this is crazy. You just don't see it every day, you know. This is why you come to Thailand, man. This is why you come to the north. To embrace this type of thing. The culture, Buddhism, and the nature in the north is impeccable. So guys, we're going to the second part. But that's what life is all about, man. We met those old Thai ladies, had a good laugh with them. But that's what it's all about, man. Like those sorts of connections and relationships. And you find those more often than not when you're traveling. And that's why we always recommend for people to travel, man. You meet so many wonderful people and you realize when you do travel how similar we all are. And how much we actually really do connect. And I think that that's what a lot of people who are stationary in their familiar environments lose sight of. And saying that, guys, we've come to an abrupt end. Guys, that was not what we expected. I guess you make an offering with the water here, and
That is it.
and that's it. I'll make an offering, and if there is any water, and there's no water, so yeah, you just make an offering here.
I see the little statue up there. Do you see? Like it looks like Vyasa right there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So you pour the water over.
Ah.
That's why if you see the groove there where water
Water
over the
came.
years.
And maybe this bridge is to get
Yeah.
closer to him.
Yeah, because there's water in the cave, but it's not. There is no water in the cave though, so it's dry.
That wood, they don't look very.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't want to dance up here. You're gonna end up down there somewhere. So anyway, guys, I don't know. That's it. We thought we were going to those white pagodas, and then we ended up here. It's a complete dead end. Again, like we were saying earlier, how those guys got up there and built that, like, because there's not even a way. The ones over where we were just before, you can understand, but this way, you're climbing through caves and climbing through bloody cracks in the rocks, and you'd have to be brave. I think some people actually try to climb up through here.
Yeah, I think you would just try any gaps.
Yeah.
To find the right path.
It's definitely precarious. You're not gonna.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah. So literally, we just came from that T section just to there, and that's it. And like Guy said, there's probably a pagoda on top of this rock here. You can't see it from here, and even up there.
So this place was apparently officially built in 2004 to celebrate the 200 years of King Rama.
The fourth?
Fourth, yes. But I think, I mean, it does look pretty new, but I think because of those older pagodas that was already here before that, those much smaller ones before we saw, shows that it should have been much older than that, and probably one of those places where you can't actually set a date or year.
Yeah.
Where this place was built.
Yep.
Because probably for hundreds of years, many Buddhist practitioners came up here and stay in the cave and whatnot, and it's been maybe happening for hundreds of years.
Yep.
But they just found this place and they built more on top.
And in Thailand, that's not uncommon. Usually there's places where monks have been going for like 1,000 years. And then people will come along and they'll build a pagoda, they'll build a temple. You see this in heaps of places throughout Thailand, not even in Thailand, in India and Nepal as well. So they'll go to a place where the monks would go for a retreat, and that's where they would build the pagodas, especially for like the royalty and the king, right, to connect them to Buddhism. So we're only speculating, but I'm assuming that that's actually the case, that they've been coming up here for a long time because someone came up here and built that.
Yes.
Without roads and went off the beaten track. So, and you see that everywhere, especially all through the north of Thailand. So we're back down to where we got the song tour to, and we're going to the last part of the tour here, Buddha's footprint. So as you see here, it's a bit of a makeshift cave. Almost look like a wasp nest, you know. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty impressive. First time you've probably ever seen a tree going through the rock, because it's makeshift, but it is quite amazing. I actually don't think this is the Buddha's footprint. Oh, what's going on here? Guys, look at this entrance to the Buddha's footprint. Look at this. This is just an old tree. And it's a real tree. Well, it's dead. But that's how you make an entrance, right? Wow. So this is definitely a new part of the temple complex. This is the Buddha's footprint. Wow, oh, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? Look at that. See how people put their coins? Not many people are coming into this area, I don't know why.
Yes, they've had enough of walking up the stairs.
They're completely tapped out, aren't they?
Yes.
This is perfect place for meditation right in here.
So beautiful.
And just beneath here is the huts / bungalows for the monks. You come around here. These are the monks' accommodation. Man, that's real living, isn't it? It's where you pay salutation. You see here up on top of this is the main natural footprint. Actually here. Sorry. Look at that. So there's like two type big footprints there. I'm not sure it's actual Buddhas, but it could be a dinosaur as well, side of it. Let's have a look from above. There's one here as well. And there's the two from above over there. That's magnificent. Truly. And as you can see, this structure is completely new. Look at this. Well, completely new. It can't be more than 5 years old, I would think. See down there again. That's living. I mean, I've seen some horrendous monk quarters before, but this is 5-star. So we're up at the Buddha. And guys, can you hear this? There's nothing. You can't hear anything. Well, if your mind can't become tranquil up here, it isn't going to become tranquil anywhere, let me tell you. So, well, if you bring your silly phone up here, then it'll be just as it is in the city. So, but if you don't, you'll be just like the big guy behind me.
You want one?
There. 2 cup. Yeah, cup and cup.
They're ready.
Yeah.
There's some meat as well.
The coconut meat.
Where you come from?
Australia.
Australia.
Ah, yeah, cup. You from Chehom?
Huh?
You from Chehom?
Chehom.
Yeah, Chehom. Born Chehom. You were born?
You Lampang.
No.
Lampang.
No. Yeah, Lampang.
Lampangนี่ลำปางแล้วโกเจ้าหง
Ah, yeah. Yeah, Lampang. So Lampang, Chiang Mai. So guys, we got some coconut water.
We deserve this.
As you can see, like a guy said, the coconut meat.
Straight from the fruit.
Oh man, it's hectic. We have arrived in Ladakh, India, and we are in the small town of Leh. And as you can see, it is majestic. And we're not here just to explore the beautiful scenery and nature here. We're also here to explore the amazing Buddhist temples of the Vajrayana tradition. So we're going to dive deep into what is like another world. It's like arriving in Mars here, but it's very similar to Upper Mustang in Nepal and Tibet. Guys, we have arrived to Leh Palace. And it's pretty big. As you can see, there's a lot to explore here. So we'll see how much we can explore. We are up on the 8th floor of the palace, and
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to film in there. We'll put some pictures up for you so you can get kind of a little glimpse. I wouldn't say it's that grand, is it? I mean, it's the architecture is beautiful.
Yeah, I think this whole palace was damaged quite a bit. So there was not much preserved inside except the wall paintings of the 7 Tibetan sacred symbols. But they put a lot of information about monasteries all around the Ladakh, so which was very informative, and also other sacred places all around India as well. So that adds to the whole experience.
Yeah, it is beautiful. It's just the architecture which is similar to Potala Palace in Lhasa in Tibet. So you see these type of palaces that they're miniatures of that for sure, but it's the same architecture, right? Like, so using a lot of mud, using a lot of wood, that type of Tibetan style. And so, well, unfortunately, we couldn't take you in there. There wasn't that much to see, I must admit. Like, a lot of the things that are in there are just informative. It's basically just telling you about, as Guy said, the temples, the Buddhist symbols, history, etc. But we're up on the 8th floor, and so I'll just give you a little look around. You can't go up on the 9th floor, which is right here. And don't worry about that in the background. We'll be off there soon. But you get like a complete 360 degree. There's a Buddha getting built up there, if you can see right at the back, right on the mountain edge, right at the foot. And then you've got the Shanti Stupa over there, which we will go to eventually. And you got some of the town down here of Leh, more of the town of Leh, and then just a breathtaking backdrop of the mountains. And some of our Ladakhi friends have been telling us that you used to actually be able to trek up that mountain up to the tippity top, but you're not allowed anymore for environmental reasons. And apparently there's still a kingdom up there and they don't want you going up there. So you can see the runway over here. We'll try and take you over near there as well. Watching the planes fly in here is something else. Like, I mean, how they do it.
That itself is art, I think, a form of art as a pilot, I think. I mean, amazing skills that they can have.
Yeah. Like when we were flying in, we were flying over the runway. I put a little video up there and we were thinking like, well, how are we going to get down there? But we got down there somehow. This is the other side from the Zemo Monastery. You see here, there's a lot of new construction building up into here, into this little valley here. I'm not sure how many people are moving to Leh. I mean, there is a lot of business here at the moment. And look at the view over here. And I can't stress enough how beautiful this view is every day. Even the locals, I say to them, do you ever get sick of it? And of course the answer is no. So where are we, love?
Old castle. It's called Old Castle in Tibetan language, Sungmong.
Yeah.
Yes. This was built before the actual palace where we were before. So this was built around 1400.
Yep.
So yes, this is a place where actually the king was living before the palace was built.
Yeah. And it's one of the best vantage points of all of Leh. Like, have a look at this, guys. We're still walking into the temple. It's just insane. So as you see there, you see the standard architecture, the red, the white, kind of that standard Tibetan color scheme, Vajrayana color scheme with temples, and just very earthy and mystical without even trying to be mystical.
Yeah, so something I read before I come up here was quite interesting because at that time, around the time when they were building this monastery, there was war was going on between the Muslim empire and the Namgyal, the dynasty empire here. So they defeated the Muslim empire. So they buried that soldier's body underneath this Maitreya Buddha to bring the blessing from Maitreya Buddha. So it's a very interesting story.
We're at the top of the old castle, and just a heads up, the monastery shuts at around 4:30. So Guy and I were in there meditating, and the monk came in and sorry, and so it's cute, you know. But the castle, the upper castle, the old castle, is still open. I mean, we are kind of outside, yeah, open, yeah. So we're just up here. There's some workers actually up here, but it's such a beautiful view. Like, we're just sitting up here and just, I mean, you guys cannot believe the view that we're looking at. Have a look at this. This is something that you would see out of the documentaries Baraka and Samsara. I don't know who is familiar with those. Maybe Guy and I are dating ourselves a little there, but but there's no dialogue in those documentaries. It all just thrusts you into the cultural and visual aspects and spiritual aspects of humanity, and that's what this reminds us of right now, just sitting here and absorbing this view. And I mean, we can just sit here all afternoon. I mean, it'd be nice if there was someone brewing up a chai up here, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, so we're just going to sit up here for a while. On the way down from the castle and monastery, you'll come across this, the old flag farm, Buddhist style, like you see everywhere when you go to Rajgir, you go trekking in the Himalayas, in Nepal, everywhere you'll see this. Today we're going to take you guys on the outskirts of Leh. Going to show you some breathtaking monasteries and stupas and Buddha statues, etc. Going to show you the amazing countryside. That is one of the craziest airports you've ever seen in the world. Like, the landing here is just otherworldly, isn't it, love?
And we are right actually at the end of the runway where the planes land actually. So we got to catch the actually military plane. It was huge.
Huge, yeah. And like the Spituk Monastery is right here. So that's where we're going first. But as you guys can see here, the planes have to go over this ridge, fly over into that valley, do a U-E, and then land here.
And as they do the U-E, they very quickly descend to the runway. So it's quite a
it's quite something.
It's quite a trip.
Yeah, it's crazy. We in the time that we've been here, we haven't seen a military plane land, so that was quite something. That was out of the box, wasn't it?
It was just spontaneously happened.
So guys, we're about to watch a commercial flight take off. We're still not at the monastery yet. Yeah, a lot of people come up here just to watch the planes take off. As you guys can see on the runway, when you land here, there is no second option with that mountain in the background. You need to land. You can't overrun that runway, that's for sure. So I think this might be an Indigo or something that's about to take off, so let's see how it does. It's actually got to fly and go in between these two mountains. This little hill that Spituk is on, and then that big mountain over there, so. That was a steep incline. Like, he just went shh, and you need half the runway. Actually, here comes the military plane. I'm pretty sure the military plane is not going to have that sort of incline.
They'll have to use all the long runway.
Yeah. We obviously couldn't film in there for obvious reasons. Now, a lot of people say, why can't you film in there? Some things you just have to keep sacred, people. And everything's not about the graft, everything's not about social media. It's a beautiful thing. But what we can tell you about Spit-Tuk Monastery is that it's famous for having a bone relic of Atisha Dipankara, who was a famous Buddhist master from all the way back in the Bihar days, back in the Nalanda days, actually from East Bengal, which is now Bangladesh. So that's one of the reasons it's famous here. It's breathtaking. There's actually a room with Vajra Bhairava in it where you can't obviously film there, but it's perfect for meditation. If we can find a picture, we'll put it up here for you, but we couldn't take a picture. So anyway, we're going to hit the road and we're off to our next destination. We have made it to the Indus River lookout, and it is absolutely amazing here. Check this out right behind us. So you see there's the amazing Indus River, which goes all the way through Leh, all the way down, and it's pristine. And over there you can actually see Spit-Tuk Monastery where we just were. And so Leh is kind of just around that bend, and then apparently we can see Stock Village, which we will go to later. I can't really see it. I think it's over that hill, over that ridge. But this is absolutely breathtaking. This is, you know, Leh at its best, or Ladakh at its best. You could definitely swim in this river. Look at that. You just want to have a swim in it, don't you, love?
Yeah, it's beautiful. For me, I feel like you learn about Indus civilization, and that civilization grew around the river, and you always wonder where the Indus River is really, and you wonder if Indus River really existed. And here you are.
We have arrived to Chiang Monastery, and it's not that popular, this monastery, for some reason. It's not that far from town. We're only about 15 kilometers, and there's a interesting history, isn't there, love?
Yeah, so there was a monk who were camping around here back in 16th century. So that's how this monastery came about.
Yeah, and when you're driving on the main road, you can actually see it from the main road. and it looks close, but it's actually still a fair way up, especially on a crappy scooter like we got. We're going about 25 clicks up the hill, but it's kind of like a little hidden valley. And you'll notice all through Ladakh that a lot of these monasteries are either on top of a hill or they're tucked away in a hidden valley. So guys, like I was saying, you can see way down there, there's a road and then there's a gate. That's actually where the highway is. So that's why, like I said, you can see Chiang Monastery from down there. But what a sight if you're staying in this monastery. You just, that view of that mountain just never gets old. So like many temples you'll find in the region that aren't popular temples, if you come, a lot of it will be locked up. So we were very fortunate that we came across a young monk actually from the village behind us here. And this village has been here forever. He was actually born in this village, if you can believe it. So he opened up the old part of the monastery for us, which we weren't allowed to film it. But he also opened up the new part of the monastery, the new temple. And so we've got some footage there for you guys to see. So you'll see there that there's a lot of painting depicting the Buddha's story all the way around the temple. There's a massive Amitabha Buddha in the middle. And yeah, there's a lot of things there. There's a Vajra Bhairava there. There's Maitreya Buddha. There's the 18 Arhats. There's everything in this temple. It's actually amazing, isn't it, love?
Yes, I was really impressed. Yeah, a lot of good artwork, and it's very, very beautiful.
Yeah, even on the ceilings there's a lot of these mandalas, like, and so you'll see those mandalas and then somehow they painted those upside down. Usually what they do is they put a scaffolding up there and they lie down and they paint like that. So that I've seen them do that before, because that's pretty much a lot easier than looking up and painting. So Chiang, what do you think, love? Pretty good?
Actually, it's very, not, I wouldn't say unpopular, it's very unknown because it's quite small, and I think it's a bit off the beaten track maybe. You have to come off the highway a little bit, but once you get here, and if you're lucky, like how we were, to meet a monk that opened up the door for you to see what's inside, it's a surreal experience.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot of young monks here. So we didn't film them, obviously, but they were having lunch, and so there's a lot of monks, young boys from the local area that become monks here, like the gentleman who opened it up for us. Like, he's actually from this village behind us, if you can believe it. So as you can see here, this is the village there, and so this is, he said that this is basically the same as when he was born, and so he probably was mid-20s, I would say, early 20s, I'm not quite sure. And then this part over here where you hear the pump going, this is kind of a new part of the village. But as you can see over here, they're sticking more to the rural farming and that in Chiang. This is called Chiang Village and Chiang Monastery, obviously. And so they're sticking to a lot of the ancient farming methods. Guys, in life, you know how you only have a few of those pinch yourself moments? In Ladakh, it's every minute you're pinching yourself. There's just something amazing to see. You're experiencing something beautiful in this place. And we found this massive Buddha in Stock Village, kind of on the other side of the valley from Leh. So this is Stock Village here. So what you see here, just this little part here. So this is Stock Village, and that is the Stock Palace right there. And so over there, that's Leh, and that is another village over there on the other side of the Indus. It's blowing a gale up here at the moment. And so you see the Indus going straight through the valley like that. And so Stock is a beautiful part of surrounding Leh. And guys, look up here. This is absolutely amazing. Look up on the mountain there. What do you read in Tibetan Sanskrit? Om Mani Padme Hum. And then you go further up, and I don't know if you guys can see that way up there. Om Mani Padme Hum again, and then right at the top there's a bunch of prayer flags and a little mini stupa. So if you're feeling adventurous, you can kind of trek up there. And then over here is the Stock Gompa, or the Stock Monastery. Monastery is Gompa in Ladakh. So that's the Gompa, that's the Stock Monastery right there. Man, this area is underrated. Look at this. Look at this. Man, you could get a house here and you are sorted. I'm telling you. But have a look at the Amitabha Buddha there. It's beautiful. Beautiful. What an absolute amazing backdrop, guys. Do you get anything better than that? Look at that. Man, I love the Himalayas, man. The Himalayas, I love it. When I first went to Nepal and when I first went to Dharamsala, I just fell in love with the Himalayas. And now, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. It's a bit windy, isn't it, love?
Oh yeah, it's quite windy, so yeah. Make sure you don't leave your head somewhere and just fly away.
Or your underwear or whatever.
Yes.
And I was just telling the people, like, ever since we've been going to Dharamsala, Nepal, we've just been in love with Himalayas for a long time. And this is, I mean...
And I think experiencing Leh, it feels like everything on steroid. Like even like a Buddhist culture and the monastery life and the palace. It's just majestic. It's so beautiful, and it has so much the long age in it, but at the same time they're preserved so well because of the remote location and also the weather as well. So yeah, everything is on steroid.
Yeah, that's for sure. Guys, I know I always carry on about the best tea shop in the world. I always say, this is the best tea shop, this is the best tea shop. We have finally found the best tea shop in the world. Have a look at this.
This is the best tea shop.
The best tea shop. What you got there, love? What you got?
Oh, I got the local butter tea.
Butter tea.
Yes.
I got masala chai.
Yes.
Keeping it real for the Indos. But have a look at this. Hey, what you doing there, Shaky Money? Huh? Huh?
Shaky money.
Have a look. So if you can see way over there, that's Tikse Monastery, which we will go to in future videos. And look at this. This is the Stock village, like I said. That's the other village on the other side of the Indus, and that's Leh over there in that little nook and cranny. But what a tea shop. Give us a taste test, love, of that butter tea.
Butter tea. Okay. Oh wow. Yes, indeed, these are butter tea, yes. There's a lot of butter in it. Apparently it's very good for high altitude and this climate, so but it's good. It's a bit salty, but yeah, lots of butter, good for hydration.
Yeah, beautiful,
Yeah,
beautiful.
Good.
Yeah, we tried a few of those, and yeah, you can get some real thick ones, like they just literally melted butter.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Today we are heading west of Leh, and where are we headed, love?
Yeah, so we are planning to go to Alchi Monastery. So that is known to be the oldest monastery all around Ladakh. So we're gonna explore there. And if we have time, we might go to Lingam as well.
Wow. This sort of landscape's just everywhere, man, like on this road. Guys, we are never gonna make it to our destination because there's just too much to see. Check out the Indus here. Have a look at this. Man, that's something straight out of a movie, or it looks like a painting. Ladakh is a pinch yourself moment every 5 minutes. There's a million of those.
So we had to stop at this place called Sangam Viewpoint. Check this out. So this valley is a meeting point between the Indus River to this muddy Zanskar River.
So it's quite beautiful. So you see the rafting there. I don't know which way they're going. They're going, I guess, down this way. And yeah, it'd be quite a journey.
To make another stop. Have a look at this. Pool of green, blue, Indus River.
Oh man, you want to swim, I tell you, but
freezing cold.
Oh, it's already cold now, so it must be at least -10.
It's beautiful.
But this is right on the turn off to Alchi. So
yeah, we're gonna go over that bridge. Yes.
We have arrived in Alchi, and it is really cute around here. It's very small. So guys, we'll go down to the oldest monastery in Ladakh and we'll see what is there. At the moment we are kind of in the alleyways, about to head into a little market area. Alchi is one of the most amazing places you'll ever see, and just have a look around. Have a look at this. There's a lot of vegetation here, and then look at the Indus right here on the edge of the monastery. And look at this big cliff face. It is one of the most picturesque places you'll ever see, and this is why it's highly recommended. And to be fair, there is nobody out here, and so we're going to try and see if we can film that in the monastery. You'll see here these stupas are a little bit dilapidated. The monastery is fallen apart. It's very, very, very old. On the outside here you'll see the standard prayer wheels that you find all through Tibet, Nepal, northern India, that are inscribed with Om Mani Padme Hum, the prayer of compassion. Look at these ancient prayer wheels, people. Look at this. Oh my god, they're still working. How good. And these are the new ones.
So when you turn the prayer wheels, that you consider as you have read the scriptures inside the prayer wheels. And I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure there might be still the scriptures inside the prayer wheels that's been made there recently, but these ancient ones, like, look, literally you can kind of see that
papers inside. So prayer of Omani Padme Hum is all inside. So you can see in these dinosaur prayer wheels. It's quite amazing to actually see this.
We just got out of Alchi Kitchen, one of the best restaurants you'll ever go to. I'm telling you, local Ladakhi food, and Guy had one of the best juices I think I've ever seen. What was it, love?
It's apricot juice, and it's not something that we think of juice. It's the actual blended apricot. That's what it was.
It must be like a whole bag of apricots.
And the ladies, yeah, they're blending lots of apricot, like one after the other, because constant order was coming in.
Yeah.
It was that good. Like, again, the high altitude fruit, the apricot grows everywhere here, and the taste was like, had some sort of depth.
Yeah.
It's almost like drinking apricot jam without sugar.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
And guys, before that, as you remember, we got out of the Alchi Monastery. We obviously could not film anything in there, but I must say it is one of the most breathtaking monasteries I've ever seen. It's one of the most unique ones, and it's still intact. It's all wood, all made of mud, and the frescoes and that are still all, you know, surviving. And the Maitreya Buddha statues, the Manjushri, the Avalokiteshvara, all of these type of statues, Amitabha Buddha, they're all surviving in there. It's quite something. We'll put some pictures up here if we can find some online for you. We weren't allowed to take photos in there or take any footage, so we respected their wishes. So we'll put some up there for you to have a look at. So as you see there, that's Alchi Kitchen, and there's not much around here. These are tourist vans that have come up to go to the monastery. But then you see like these new accommodations being built. Look how beautiful this is. It's not quite done, but imagine sitting up on that balcony up there and then having that as your view. I mean, breathtaking. Have a look all the way around. There's another good hotel actually down where Guy and I actually went and had a look at, and that's probably one we would consider staying at, but there's plenty being built. This is a guest house. This is Indus River Guest House. That's probably something like Guy and I would have stayed in probably 5-10 years ago. And there's another accommodation there too. I don't know what the hell that one is, but there's a few older ones and there's a few new ones being built. It's such a small town, man. It's really small and beautiful. Right, so we have arrived to the Lakia Monastery, and it is cold. So we just came from Alchi and we're up a bit higher here, a bit off the beaten track. But it's quite something when you see it from a distance. It's beautiful.
So Lakia Monastery was built in 1088 CE, so more than 10,000 years ago. And the Lakia actually means coiled snakes. So they believe that this monastery was guided by two different spirits of these two snakes named Nanda and Shakshuka.
And also another thing about Lakia is it's one of the most populated monasteries in the region. It's actually got 100 monks here. I know there's other places with more, but if you remember in the last video we went to Stock, and the Stock Gompa only has 20 monks, and they usually move around like to Spituk and these other places that we went to the other day. So out here at Lakia, you're a fair way away. You're 55 kilometers away from Leh. So I guess once you're out here as a monk, you're
definitely dedicated.
You're dedicated. You're in for good. Guys, we can't film much in here, but out in the hallways and that we can film. As you can see here, there's an image of the Dalai Lama who came to Lakia.
monastery. It doesn't look that long ago. And as you see, there's plenty of monks that are here, 100 plus. And this is an image of the Ladakh monastery, an older image, which, as you see, the monastery is almost the same as it is now, but there's more around the village at the moment. And here's even an older image of a lot of monks. So we haven't been able to film much at the moment. We did film in a little bit in here, just a little story, and on the outside, and we also took a little bit of footage down in the smaller temple. So as you see here, there's some steep stairways down around. It's actually a really big monastery. Guys, we are in the museum here. The lights are off, so we're using a mobile. We have found a Vajra bell that is 400 years old. It says its name is Dorje Tilbu. So crazy. Still going.
Yes.
Preserved. But as for the museum, guys, it's pretty much pitch dark. So if we find something, we'll give them a shout out, love.
Yes, we're trying to figure out ourselves here. So, yeah.
We are finding some interesting stuff. Like we found this old wooden piece here with the 8 auspicious symbols of Tibetan Buddhism, Vajrayana Buddhism, if you will. And this beautiful piece of the Buddha. And then you see down here, look at this massive manuscript. Wow. So there are some pretty cool things here. It's just not really kept intact. As you see here, here's an ancient Mahakala there. So it's still being preserved. Obviously being up at this altitude, and Ladakh is actually, I believe, higher than Leh. Things are going to keep pretty well. We also found a tanka, ancient tanka of the 5th Dalai Lama. Man, you find everything in here, it's crazy. I thought there wasn't much, but we're discovering a little bit here. Again, look at that Mahakala there. You can see that little rock Mahakala. Here you got Maitreya Buddha. And look at this. You've got Vajra Bhairava right there. It's 500 years old from Tibet. Good Lord. Look at that. And so you can tell a little bit of the difference with Bhairava and Mahakala. Bhairava's got millions of arms and the Buddha poking up the top, which completes the absolute manifestation of existence. So everything is within the Bhairava. Also Kal Bhairav in Shaivism as well. So, and again, there's a relationship between Kashmiri Shaivism, the Trika system, and Vajrayana Buddhism, so, which is something very interesting for people to think about. Look at this. And something I didn't tell you guys about this Vajra Bhairava is it's actually made of clay, so standing the test of time, that's for sure. I don't know if you guys can see that tanka in the background, where you've got the Buddha in the middle there, and then out of the Buddha spirals out all of these other Buddhas, millions of Buddhas. As you guys see here, there are a lot of ancient tankas in here, but behind the glass there are some even older ones. So this one is a 300-year-old tanka with a great Tibetan master right there. Amazing. Guys, in the museum here we're finding some amazing artifacts from ancient soldiers. So a bunch of this stuff is 800 years old. Like, look at this armor. My goodness. Look at that shield. Wow. So look what you got here. You got an 800-year-old decoration piece called a fango.
Now, Guy doesn't actually know what that means. It is in Chinese, isn't it, love?
It is only in Chinese character.
What would you say? How do you say it?
Oh, I have no idea what it really is.
Oh, okay.
What it means, how I read, I don't know.
That's strange. Chinese. 800 years ago. In Ladakh. In Lakia. I don't know if you can see behind us, but that's just your average day. Look at that. Man. The Vajra monks, they knew the best spots, that's for sure. Now have a look at this. So just opposite the Buddha here, there's a little new temple, and one of the things you'll find, look at this good carving in the doorway, the auspicious symbols. What you will find is that you can often film in the newer parts of the temples, but not obviously ancient parts. This is a construction with the Maitreya Buddha here, and all of these amazing paintings of the Buddhas and the great Tibetan masters, Mahakala. And over here you've got Padmasambhava, Guru Rinpoche, you have the Dalai Lama, as I said, Maitreya Buddha, Nagarjuna. There's everyone here, man, everyone. Vajra Bhairava I don't think is in here, but there's Mahakala, and there's the Bodhisattvas, Atisha Dipankara, everyone. Now look at the ceiling, covered in cloth. It's just beautiful, man, it's beautiful. There's actually a lot to see in just even a little temple like this. And this is like on the outskirts of the monastery, because it's a newer part of the monastery. So, but then you come out and then boom, look at that. See over here, guys, these young monks, their quarters, where they study, they meditate. I think the younger boys are away from the other gentlemen. And then you see up, look in the valley up there. Well, it just keeps going up. There's like a village. And then, as I said, boom. Again, another one of those pinch yourself moments when you see this with that background in this valley. As we're walking out the monastery, you can see all of this firewood. And we're in May, so when it gets to November, this is going to be stacked up high, because you got to get through these brutal winters in Ladakh, especially in the heart of it, like in December and January. Oh my goodness, it's tough going. Guys, look at the ceiling under the stupa. This is what was at Alchi before, but we weren't allowed to film in the complex. So, but there was a lot more intricacy in some of those ones at Alchi. But this is beautiful too. Look at the mandala right in the middle. The Buddha spread out. Oh, I love this. What's your name? What's your name? Shaggy Money? Shaggy Money, what's your name?
Shaggy Money with the round face.
Yeah. Hey? Happy dog. Monastery dog, always happy. Hey dude. Jesus. We are back in Ladakh, and we are in and around Tiksay, and we actually wanted to show you two lesser known monasteries around Tiksay and just show you the natural beauty of this area and why Guy and I choose to stay here a lot longer than we choose to stay in Leh. We're not having much luck getting into these monasteries, are we, love?
Ah, yeah, that's to show how busy this monastery is.
There's no one around.
Yeah, I think there are obviously some monks live down there somewhere, but I don't think they get many visitors, so they all locked up the gate to go into the main hall. So
They're probably wondering why we're here.
Yeah, like why are they here?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
But we found something pretty cool in it. We found some adobe brick or something, or
Yeah, it's a mud brick. I've actually I've seen this around, but I don't think I've actually noticed that it was a mud brick. But it is pretty heavy, actually. It might be like 8 kilos, 10 kilos, I reckon. And yeah, this is how they build houses around here.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really good. It's a local material.
We've come across this beautiful stupa. Look at that background right there. Magical. And you can see from here over into the valley. Look at that. We're actually, if you see that red top building there, that's an agricultural college. And right across is where we're staying. That little white building in the middle of nowhere. And so look at this view. Look at this. Look all the way over. And that's where we're going next. We're going to Matao Gompa over there. What we've noticed about Stakna so far is that it only has a tiny hall, main hall, and it's mainly residents, as you guys can see here. These are all monks' residents all the way along the hill, and they're even building some new monk residents down here, as Guy showed you guys before with the mud brick. But you see a lot of that even down here. Look at this. Look at the mud brick fence around here. Even this little community they're building here, there's a lot of that mud brick fencing that's going on, and also building the houses. And so Stakna is a very small village south of Tiksay. We're up at Matao Monastery and it is blowing a gale up here. Jesus, it's like kind of like tucked away in this little valley, so the air just kind of circulates and almost blows you off the bloody cliff. So let's see if we can get inside this monastery. We are inside, but we're not inside the temple, we're inside the monastery. This courtyard is really beautiful with the backdrop and everything. It's really amazing, like even the slate here, like you see, I mean you see there's a lot in many monasteries, the slate floor. Everything's just like earthy in Ladakh, it's just also earthy, man. And look at the artwork here, like the pillars. And you see out there, there's that old style with the wood, sort of as a, almost like insulation, like a barrier. Like in Upper Mustang in Nepal and Tibet and here. They used to put the firewood on top for winter. And so then it just became actually an aesthetic feature of houses. Closed doors strike again.
I'm not sure if we are late, but on the Stakna monastery we weren't late. It was still locked.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's always locked or...
But like most temples,
The beautiful Vajrayana artwork. Look at this. Wow. This over here's the wheel of life. Look at that. It's okay. It's okay. You alright? You just want some love and nature. There you go. As you can see over there, that's stacked now where you just were. And you just go up the road. Well, it's not just up the road. And there is Tiksay, which might not come through that big on this camera, but it's quite the scene when you're here. Don't do what Guy and I have done today, where we've come out here too late. So try to come here early in the morning and yeah, watch the puja and everything like that. But we were way too late. So anyway, you get a good view up here. It's beautiful. It's quiet late in the afternoon, so it's really nice if you want to come out here and just chill or meditate or something like that. Same as some of the other temples and monasteries that we've been to around in Ladakh. If you come a bit late, you've basically got the place to yourself, except you can't get inside any temple or anything, is it, love? So it's
Yeah, sometimes funny enough that they open at like 5:30 or 6 in the evening briefly.
yeah.
Or otherwise they close at 4:30 and we came at about like 4:20 I think. And yeah, we'll see if we have a bit more time in coming days. We might revisit earlier during the day, but actually in the afternoon, because of the sunlight, the afternoon sun is just shines down on the mountains, beautiful. So actually still pretty good.
Good morning from Ladakh, India, just south of Tiksay, and it is 5 a.m. and it is cold, but today Guy and I are going to do something that we've always wanted to go and see, and it is the morning service at Tiksay Monastery, the famous Tiksay Monastery. And so it's going to be a privilege to take all of you with us, so let's hit the road. Welcome to Tiksay, and it was absolutely freezing riding here. And it's funny because the other day Guy asked, has it been raining around here? Does it rain? And then one local says, it never rains. And then, yep, it's raining this morning.
Yeah, it's been raining a little bit. The road is wet, and yeah, still a little bit sprinkly.
Yeah. It's about 6, I think. So it's either they've already done it, but the only thing is one of the main monks just opened the monastery, so maybe we're a bit earlier. And it is cold.
It's nice to get up early in the morning and come to the monastery at this time, but yeah, it's a bit sharp.
Yeah, the rain doesn't help, that's for sure. The morning bell just went at 5 to 6, so we should see some action soon. Guy's been getting around, trying to open some doors, but they're all locked, so anyway, we should be seeing something soon. There she is up there. What's she doing? So guys, as you can see from the last video, that's Stakna there, and there is Matao over there. So we were looking back at Tikse in the last video, and now we're looking back at them. And what a shot of the valley. Tikse is probably one of the best vantage points that we've seen thus far in Ladakh. So we're about to head in.
You look cold, love.
I am still cold. Yes.
How was it, Andy?
Oh, it was so nice. It was so peaceful. Yes, it's worth getting up early. The young monks were so cute. They're offering teas and food for old monks and even for us, the visitors as well. And it was really peaceful. You can really feel that these Vajra Buddhist monks are really sincere to their practice. They do this every morning, so I could really feel their love for wisdom, knowledge, and how they are dedicated entire their lives. So there's so much to learn just being present with all of those monks. So it was a really good experience.
I'm just outside the Vajra Bhairava temple here in Tiksi Monastery, and this is one of the most beautiful parts of the monastery. And obviously Vajra Bhairava is very significant in Vajrayana Buddhism, and you'll find Bhairava also in Shaivism, and obviously there is a link between Vajrayana Buddhism and particularly Kashmiri Shaivism, the Trika system. So that's something for everyone to research on their own, but the Vajra Bhairava image is very, very significant, and so this is a very beautiful part of the temple. We are right at the top of Tiksi Monastery, as you guys can see. This is where the monks were blowing the horns this morning. Oh my, probably not one of those. Beautiful. Look at that. All of the intricate detail in Vajrayana Buddhism is very important. Hey guys, I wanted to say to you, it's so surreal when you've always wanted to come to a place like this, and the power and the energy of this type of spiritual location, monastery, no matter whether it's an ashram or what have you. I was a little overwhelmed before we went into the chanting earlier. You know, just been thinking about this place for decades, so to finally be here, it can be a little overwhelming, in a good way, right? But even Ladakh in general, just being here is overwhelming, and every day is just better than the next, so I can't recommend Tiksi Monastery enough. Like, coming for the morning service, listening to the chanting, the mantras, it's just one of the best things that you can do in Ladakh. It's very meditative here, and it's just the location, that they picked the best possible spot for this monastery. It's hard to believe, it's hard to fathom when you're here. When you see it from a distance, you just can't believe it, but it's just quite amazing. Behind me is the Maitreya Buddha. This is the Maitreya temple in Tiksi Monastery. And just the other day when Gaya and I were here, we met a gentleman whose dad actually built the face of Maitreya, and he was living on his father's tradition. And at that time the monks were building this scaffolding here, this bamboo scaffolding, and he repainted all the skin, so you can see the gold paint is on the skin as a new paint job. I said to the gentleman that I was going to try and come back before he finished, but I missed him. But his father was the one who actually built the facial structure, the headdress and everything
of the Maitreya Buddha out in the courtyard here at Tikse Monastery. This is the Tara temple. As you see, it is full of little mini statues. Significant deities within Vajrayana Buddhism. We have White Tara, Vijaya. There's plenty here. There's a lot. And most of the significant ones, so as you see here, Manjushri, Avalokiteshvara, Vajrapani, Vajrasattva, and up here, a really significant wall right here. So you have Gautama Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, if you will, and right beside Shakyamuni, Vajra Bhairava. So we are right at the top of Tikse. Behind me is Sri Devai Temple. You see a little tree popping out the top here. Have a look at the view from up here. Amazing. You can see all the new plots of land down here being built in this old dry riverbed. Also up here, I'll show you, it's just over here, there's a famous old library. But Guy and I have been here a few times and it's never been open. Now, I don't know if you guys can see in there. Have a look at that. I'll try. Look at all those ancient manuscripts. Man, if you could only get in there. Imagine. There's some knowledge in there. I'm not sure if you noticed, but what do you notice right now? What is it, love?
Nothing. There's no one around, although it's actually the weekend, and I guess it's people in Leh is pretty late wakers. So yes.
So quiet out here. Like if you get out here early, like Guy and I we got out here at 5:30. So now it's like probably 9:30. We've been here for a while.
I think we were the first ones actually getting through the entry, the ticket and all that. So yeah, but still quiet.
Yeah, so it was beautiful to watch the morning service this morning. And it's been nice too because we've seen some other young Indian gentlemen walking around, walking meditation, you know, quietly being here, which has been good to see. Not that it's unusual when you come to monasteries; you usually see it all the time. We are deep in the mountains of Ladakh on a mission to find two isolated monasteries that not many people know about. So let's go. So we have made it to Taktok now, not TikTok, not stupid TikTok, Taktok, just outside of the small village of Sakti. This is, I'll show you briefly, look, this is Sakti village here. So it sort of goes through here. I mean, like anything in Ladakh, it's small. So it looks like a beautiful place to live. So this is inside Tak Tok Temple. As you see the frescoes, look at these. These are old. Look at that. Now this is a cave style temple. There's Mahakala. This is amazing. Old. Look at the floorboards. Look at the detail on the rafters there. And this is inside the temple. You see a lot of money stuck to the ceiling. It's shut. I don't know how that's shut from the inside, but so you guys can get a little gander in there. Can't see much. You can see a lot of the char on the walls, like on the cave walls and on the ceiling, from ghee lamps burning, incense. And Guy and I have not seen a single soul around. I'm not sure where everyone is. In a lot of these monasteries in Ladakh, you don't see many people, so. Well, usually the monks are just meditating in their room, so. But like, look at this detail here, look at this. It's kind of above the surface. It's quite something. See, look, this is what I mean by the char on the rock. I also want to say to you guys, you can see how small this monastery is. Look at the benches for the monks. So, I mean, literally, you can have like 5, 6, 7 monks here. And that's all that's probably here, actually. As opposed to, if you remember, Tiksay, you know, there weren't that many monks there at that time because, you know, monks do move around here. But Tiksay is definitely equipped to fit over 100 monks, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, so when we were sniffing around this monastery, this young monk, his name is Trindup, who found us to open the doors to get into the cave and all the main hall and places like that in this monastery. So he explained to us that Tak Tok Monastery, so name Tak Tok is coming from 2 different words, Tak and Tok. So Tak means rock and Tok means roof in Ladakhi. So it's rock roof monastery. So yeah, so he also mentioned that in that cave is where in 8th century the Padmasambhava, the Guru Rinpoche, stopped here and meditated on the way to Tibet. So that's where the big significance is about this monastery. And initially this monastery was founded in 16th century. And currently there are 32 monks residing in this monastery.
And another thing about Tak Tok that Trindup explained to us was it was run by his root guru, who has since passed in 2014 and currently has reincarnated, and he's about 5 or 6 and he is learning at the Shimla Monastery, Shimla, which is a long way south of Ladakh, but he will be coming up here eventually and giving teachings and so forth and so on. And so there's a lot of significance to Tak Tok, actually. I wouldn't say it's like one of the most picturesque monasteries, but it's highly significant. There's a lot of history here, particularly when you look back, as Guy was saying, about how Padmasambhava stopped here and meditate here on the way to Tibet. Guys, we have arrived to Chiang Monastery. This is the second monastery that we have been looking for on this journey. So let's go and find out what it's all about. So the Chiang Monastery was founded in 1664, and it's famous because there is a 1-story high Padmasambhava. So we're gonna have a look around, but there's a bit of age around here, isn't there, love?
Yeah, it was built in 15th century. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think there's more action going on in this monastery.
Ladakh me Bhairava kuntum mama changwa me pachari to on the ginger sawa tangi purchase baba lama tamba lama idam people gila so on children but no person to so the yara shasta na marcha so no la bulo tu je joy and do je so je dan chinge na to so je den chani ze chani je nam dan der gi pom par lesmas da los loncho na she just
We are up at Sparrowfarts again here in Ladakh, and we are off to one of the most iconic monasteries in all of Ladakh. Now, last time we were up this early to go to Tiksay, we even beat the monks, which means we waited around a while. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. Let's hit the road.
This Hemis monastery is the largest and actually the wealthiest monastery all in Ladakh, because it has that copper Buddha statue, and also there's lots of artifacts and tankas, and they also have stupas that are made of gold and silvers.
It's one of the coldest monasteries we've been to so far.
Yes.
It's kind of tucked into the rocks, so it's, I don't know, something about it just makes it drop even like 5-10 degrees, I don't know.
Easily.
But like compared to Tikse is like a sauna, so but the morning mantras and prayers was beautiful. Inside the temple, the main temple, actually, it is even colder. I don't know how the monks are sitting around just in a thin layer of robe. We have found an old school kitchen. I'm not sure if it's in use anymore. I think there was some remnants of fire in that, but people are throwing money in here, so I think it might be remnants of a bygone era. Actually, over here, this is hot. This has definitely been boiling something. I don't want to open it up.
There's still some tea in here.
So some tea? Ah, so they...
Copper kettle.
There you go. There's butter tea in there. So in the morning, puja, there's water in here, that don't look too good. You get like a milk tea first, and then you get a butter tea. And butter tea is famous through Ladakh, Nepal, and Tibet, because, you know, it's good for high altitude, gives you good energy. Better than drinking chai all the time up here, but if you're not used to having butter in your tea, then it's uncommon. That guy was saying the other day,
Yeah, in the West, we are drinking bullet coffee nowadays with the ketogenic diet and high-fat diet and whatnot. We drop a couple of teaspoons of butter in the coffees and whatnot, and they promote it as a new thing. But in Tibet or up here in Ladakh, they've been drinking for thousands of years. So it's not a new thing at all, because butter tea and a little bit of salt that generates more water within the body and high fat, so it's good to fight this cold as well. So yeah, it's been drinking for thousands of years. It's not new phenomena at all.
yeah. What's that one made of, love? That's made of leather or something?
Leather.
My goodness.
Leather, and they cover it with some sort of cloth inside, and it looks very old, obviously.
Very old, yeah.
Still going though.
Yeah. Old school prayer wheels.
Yes.
Look at these. This one's a bit open. You can actually feel the scriptures in there. As you guys can see up here, this monastery is huge, man. There's heaps of residents around. Some sort of stupa up on top of that mountain up there. There's always a lot of construction work going on. We've noticed that a lot of monasteries. Don't know if things are falling apart. They're building something here. There's all accommodation here for monks. You can see a little bit of smoke rising there. That's where the kitchen is down there. We're taking a little temporary break. We've came down the mountain for breakfast to one of our favourite restaurants actually in and around Lake called Riwo. It's actually in Karu village. Best food here, isn't it?
Yeah, so far. People, great people, food, excellent.
Super, yeah. So it was strange up there at Hemis at the moment because we were there early, but they weren't opening some parts of the temple, so we didn't know why. So we thought we'd come down, have a feed bag, go back up there, and
hopefully it's a bit warmer up there, and hopefully things are open. Actually, we want to see what's inside.
And we'll see, yeah, if we can get inside or if it's still locked. We'll show you what we're getting for breakfast.
And you?
Oh yeah, well, let's have a look. As you guys can see up there, that's Hemis up there.
well, it's part of Hemis. The big part of the monastery is sort of just tucked, and that's the big stupa, which we'll show you guys when we head back up there after brekkie. We got our breakfast. What are we eating here, love?
So, puri bhaji, the Indian breakfast. One of the best.
One of the best.
Yes.
So what do we get? What do we get with this? We get.
Yeah, so it's like a deep fried flatbread with some vegetable curry and some onion and some pickle and curd.
We just finished breakfast and we're going back up the Hemis. And on the way, there's actually this magnificent stupa here, which you can actually see from a mile away. You can actually see from our place. Way down there in the valley, you can probably see Stakna Monastery, and then behind that, Tiksay. So we're kind of a bit halfway kind of between Karu village here and Stakna Monastery there. Beautiful area, all of this area. And so, look at this stupa. It's magnificent. And inside, there's a sand mandala, and then this guy. And so there's a sand mandala in there. It's got some age on it. If any of you know the tradition, usually they'll make a sand mandala and then they'll just rub it out. It's just part of the Vajrayana tradition. You can probably get a better look at it there. It's magnificent. Like, so where we're having breakfast, you can see this super, which you can see it going all the way up to Hemis up in here. The main monastery Hemis is kind of just tucked in there, but you can kind of see the upper part, the top sort of buildings there. On the second layer, I opened this window in the stupa, and look, there's a hole underneath here. Not much action going on. There's some artwork in here. It really looks just like a storage facility. Now, as you can see, the Buddha temple is open and the museum is open because the tourists are here. So why it's not open at 9 o'clock, I have no idea. So I'm guessing that this is the copper Buddha in the Buddha temple. It's actually a pretty impressive temple. They've updated a lot of the artwork here. It's not like some of the older ones with the crushed gems and crushed stone that actually lasts a lot longer than the paint we use these days. But I think they've painted over these with, yeah, painted over the old crushed gem style with modern day paint, which does not last, as you've probably seen in previous vlogs. See, that's the crushed gem style. I think it's a bit lighter, but it preserves really well up in high altitude. And look at these stupas, man. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Look at that. That is impressive. It's really quite something. It would be nice to see this when it's active, like this morning when we were in the main hall. I'm guessing they might do night mantras in here, which would make sense. Just have a look on the side here. Look at the copper Buddha. Wow, that's impressive. They've retouched his face and his hair, which is pretty common actually.
see these wood pillars, which you probably saw in the main hall that we were in this morning, which actually feels a bit older than this one. But these wooden pillars and rafters are just breathtaking. And as you guys probably already know, that these are for the monks. They sit the scriptures so they can read. You see here, where the main monks will be here, who actually don't need a book. It's all memorized. Look at this. This is amazing. Behind me is a magnificent Padmasambhava temple here at Hemis, and Gaya and I spent a little samadhi time in there, but for whatever reason no one comes up here. So everyone goes to the museum here, everyone goes to the main hall and the Buddha hall, and then this one, it's super quiet. Maybe that's why no one comes. Good morning from Nubra Valley in Ladakh. What an amazing morning. Have a look at the views around me. This is one of the most beautiful places in the world. And actually Nubra Valley was one of the main reasons Gaya and I wanted to come here. For two reasons wrapped up into one, which we'll show you guys today.
So we have arrived up to Diskit Monastery. This is one of the two reasons why we came all the way up to Diskit. It was pretty tough walking up because the hill was like this, and we are pretty high up, like 3,000 meters high up. It is lower than Leh, but still quite high, and it's early in the morning and the air is pretty thin and cold and sweaty at the same time. So yes, it was, but we have made it. So the reason why we came up this early is because there is a monk prayer at 7 a.m. So hopefully we made on time.
And so guys, this temple was built in 1433, so it's got a little bit of age. And like most of the gompas in Ladakh, it's in the most picturesque area. Look at this. Look at that over the valley. And there's more to show you of that. So you always find these tucked away in the corners, the nooks and crannies of the Himalayas. We just finished the morning prayers with the monks, and we are up above actually the assembly hall at the minute. Now we couldn't take any footage in the assembly hall. I took a little story that I put on Instagram, and I'll put it up here. And at the moment, we're, like I said, we're above the assembly hall, and as you can see, look at this once in a lifetime view behind me. Amazing. And this is another pinch yourself moment in Ladakh. And this is, you know, this valley particularly is one of the big reasons why Guy and I came. And I said to you there was two reasons we came. The Gompa, the monastery, Diskit Monastery, and also in the background the Maitreya Buddha, which we'll go down to in a second. So where Diskit Monastery is situated, it's right on this crevasse. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Let's see if we can get a bit closer, because you can hear the waterfall, or there's some rapid water going along. You need to remember that, you know, there's a lot of snow melting around here, so there's plenty of water. Just have a look at the valley. Look at this. So you see there, this is Diskit sort of village town, which we're staying at. We're staying at right near the monastery. And in the distance is Hunda, where most people say out in Hunda. ancient. Absolutely beautiful. And on the other side. Wow. You can really see the age at Diskit. Really see the age. Scriptures, look at all the scriptures here. If only we could get into that. You imagine? And here again is here's more scriptures. Look at this. Beautiful. Maitreya Buddha and the Amitabha Buddha. The woodwork in these monasteries is amazing. The ceilings, no, look at that, strong as, and just the artwork on the wood, and that this wood has stood the test of time. It's hard to believe. I mean, you can see it's sort of sloping a little there, but definitely back in the day, things were built to last. Gaya just pointed out to me, which I didn't notice, there is a big Avalokiteshvara hanging in the back, and I completely missed it. Wow, it's a big one. Beside the upper Dukang that we just showed you, there's this room here. Now, when you go inside, there's a lot of pictures of the Dalai Lama, and I'm assuming and this is where he stayed. This is obviously an older picture of Diskit. Then you go around, maybe a plane with him flew him into the valley. You can see the Dalai Lama in the car here. There he is. This looks like possibly the 60s by the looks of this. 60s or 70s. As you can see him walking up the hill here with the people. The reason why we're assuming he stayed in here, because when you come into this room, that's a picture of a sitting spot with the Dalai Lama's picture. I'm assuming that's Atisha Dipankara, maybe I'm wrong, but the room does seem somewhat a place that the Dalai Lama stayed when he came to Diskit, and again, thousands of scriptures. And just before we go out of this room, have a look at this cabinet here. Good gravy. Look at that. I don't want to touch it too much, but that looks like it was built when the monastery was built.
Sometimes when you've seen something for many years, it's hard to imagine when you're actually there. And I've been waiting to be here for so long, and then look what's in front of me. Boom. The Maitreya Buddha. Guy and I have been looking at pictures and footage of this for many years, not just obviously the Maitreya Buddha, obviously the Diskit Monastery is a lot older. Again, it's one of those pinch yourself moments. Another one in Ladakh when you're actually here, and it's just breathtaking, the backdrop with the mountains and everything like that. Just look at the valley here. Look at this. Look at this valley. This is a huge, huge valley. Up in there is another town called Sumo, and then down to Diskit, we're in Diskit, and then off to Hunda, and then Turtuk right over towards the Pakistan border. You can see some tent lodging accommodation over here.
They are fairly expensive, keep in mind. But look at this. Look at this. This is what it's all about. Look at the Vajra here. Nubra was going to be one of the highlights for us for Ladakh. It's actually one of the main reasons we came to Ladakh, to be fair. All of these years been seeing Diskit Monastery. We know how powerful the morning service is. And just to be face to face with the Maitreya Buddha here in the valley, it's, I mean, I can't describe it. It's more than a pinch yourself moment. Look at the view of Diskit from Maitreya Buddha here. Look at this. Look at that cliff face. You don't notice it when you're actually in town because you're looking from this direction. And then as you see down here, you're looking from up. So you don't see it from the vantage point of Maitreya Buddha, but it's just hanging on that cliff there. And like I said, look, see there, you can see that crevasse in there where there's a waterfall. It's one of the most picturesque monasteries I think I've ever seen in the entire world. And you know, like I said, this is why we both wanted to come here. Look at Maitreya from this vantage point. Look at the feet, the size of the feet. Look at this. It's huge. They say it's like 106 feet or something like that. I don't know what that is in meters, but it's amazing. Look at the size of this lotus flower here. Goodness gracious. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. There's actually a temple inside. I'm going to try and get in. I don't know what that's all about, but we'll try and find out if we can get in there. So we have arrived in the temple. We are right underneath the big Maitreya Buddha, and it's quite quaint here. As you see, look at this room. Look at this, beautiful. Really tiny, quaint monastery. Look, the ancient style scriptures. Obviously these are newly printed. The drum. Diskit has been a library in and of itself. There's plenty. We see green Tara. Buddha Shakyamuni, or Gautama the Buddha, if you will. Look at this. Amazing. And obviously, Padmasambhava. That's quite an impressive statue of Padmasambhava right there. And again, look, more scriptures. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Impressive here at the Japanese temple. It's popular with the Indians, but they're really respectful. And yeah, actually the guy drumming, if you saw, he's Indian as well, so he's been part of this monastery for who knows how long, but it's beautiful. He's doing the deep mantra like you'd expect in Japanese or in Tibet.
So we are at Vulture's Peak and also Shanti Stupa. It's up here somewhere. You can probably see the Shanti Stupa up here. It's a blistering hot day. And actually the main highlight out here really is Vulture's Peak. And I'll explain more about that when we go up there. So, and there's two ways to go up to the Shanti Stupa. There's the cable car and there's obviously by foot. And so we'll see how we get up there. We're still undecided at the moment.
Yeah, we decided to take the cable car because it's kind of midday, it's pretty hot, so maybe we'll come down by foot. And yeah, there's actually, you can take two different kind of cable car is in proper cable car, and the one like a one-seater, like there's actually a picture. Yeah, you just sit by yourself and the one cable car on your own, so it's pretty fun. But I mean, yeah, we just wanted to get up there.
सब उस पे से गए थे और लौटे पैदल
पैदल तो होगा ये वो सीढ़ी तो साइड से
भेज देंगे बली है पॉलिटिक्स अच्छा खेलता है पॉलिटिक्स अच्छा खेलता है
हाँ रुक हाँ ठीक
Thanks, brother. So we are at the Vishwa Shanti Stupa, and from first impressions it looks almost like the Peace Pagoda in Pokhara in Nepal. It's a little different. Might even be a bit bigger maybe. What do you think, it's a bit bigger so far?
Yeah, yes, maybe a tiny bit bigger, but very identical.
Yeah.
Yes.
Similar theme. It's kind of similar to the dome you get in Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka, where the second oldest tree in the world is the sapling of the original Bodhi tree. So wow, it's impressive. Hard to give pranams here when you've got tourists. We'll do our best. It's an easy life, isn't it? So the Shanti Stupa isn't ancient like what we're going to see down in Vulture's Peak. It's not from the time of the Buddha. But I think it was built around the 60s or 70s. I'll put it up on the screen now. A lot of it was donated and a lot of it was built, I think, in the 60s and 70s. And so I wouldn't say it's as peaceful as the Peace Pagoda in Pokhara, because it gets quite a lot of tourism here, but it's beautiful, man. Up here is just, you just get this mountain range out of nowhere in the plains of Bihar, which is crazy. It all came from the mind of Fuji Guruji, a Japanese monk, Buddhist monk, and with the work of Mahatma Gandhi. A lot of these peace pagodas, or peace stupas if you will, came about. Guruji built about 70 peace pagodas all over the world, and this one here, this Shanti Stupa in Rajgir, was actually completed in 1969. Fuji Guruji's mentality was about having these actually for a place of quiet contemplation and meditation, all of these big stupas around the world. Look at that. It could only evoke meditation. What'd you think of that one, love?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Beautiful, huh?
Yeah, I also like what's around it as well. There's a little pagodas and to remember the monks who passed away who resided here, and big bell, and also little Japanese like a little temple.
Yep.
And Zen style pagoda as well.
Yep.
So it's beautiful.
It's really beautiful. Now we're actually heading down from the Shanti Stupa now. We're going down to the reason why we kind of came to Rajgir. One of the reasons. Nalanda's the other reason. And we'll speak a little bit about that when we get down there. This is one of the caves that the Buddha himself would have meditated in. And Guy was just saying how cool it is in here. It's blistering hot out there. It's March, keep in mind. And in here, I mean, it drops down like 5 degrees possibly. And you could really see why the Buddha would pick this type of location, particularly when it was the hot season here. But this is an unbelievable cave, beautiful. Have a look around in here, look. Some Thais donating some baht. Kind of the shape of the Buddha sort of line there, but it's just kind of rocks. And the gold foil everywhere. You see here. Wow, guys, it is a farm of prayer flags up here. Crazy. And little rock stupas that people have made. Ooh. And there's a Shanti stupa up there. Look at this. It's like a wonderland of prayer flags. Just magical, look at this. Man, you get lost in here. So guys, this is one of the reasons why we came here, Vulture's Peak. Now the significance of this place is that the historical Buddha would come up here for his own private sadhana, his own practice. He'd even give some teachings here and just spend some leisurely time up here. And you can see why. It's such a beautiful place, and it's actually a lot cooler than it is up on the mountain up there. I suppose it's in the shade, and also there's a pretty cool breeze that flows through here. But there's a lot of ancient architecture here, around here, that you'll see. And we're going back thousands of years here, keep in mind. And so, yeah, the Buddha, he'd come from probably like places like Sarnath over near Varanasi, come over here, take a pit stop, you know, do his own private retreat and give some teachings. So, you know, he wouldn't teach all the time here, I heard. It wasn't like what was happening in Sarnath. So, and also he'd just come for his own leisure time and, you know, to get away from probably the rigors of Sarnath, Varanasi, or even around Bodh, Gaya. So actually one of the most beautiful places you'll see on this Buddhist pilgrimage through North India, if you ever choose to do it. And so a lot of people only go to mainly the 4 sites, so Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, Kushnagar and Lumbini, and they forget about all of these sites that are off the track and are significant in the Buddha's life as well. And so as you see up here, have a look at this. Beautiful. And so one of these rocks behind us actually, this rock here, if you look at it from a particular angle, kind of looks like a vulture. I'm not sure, but you look at it from a particular angle, but it kind of looks like a vulture. And I remember listening to a talk with Yuta Dharma talking about like life itself, and not that this place is a place to celebrate life, but it's about like using Buddha as an example of a life worth celebrating and following the spiritual path. So I think that's kind of a good message, isn't it? And that's one of the reasons that you would even come up to somewhere like Vulture's Peak and visit Rajgir, is to not just celebrate the life of the Buddha, but also to think about your own life, and is your life one worth celebrating? And in saying that, as Yuta Dharma was saying, in following the teachings of the Buddha and being a sincere practitioner of spirituality and following the path. So that's something for all of us to think about. And I can tell you, if you want to come up here and contemplate, there's not much better places in the world than up here. There's some beautiful caves that I'll show you around too. And as I said to you, it's a farm of prayer flags. It's a beautiful place. I'm not sure what this would have been in the day. This is where we offer pranams now. Some sort of shrine possibly to the Buddha back in the day. Or a cottage, a type of cottage to stay in. This is where you offer pranams. There's obviously some generous Buddhists around here. If you thought 100 baht, 500 rupee, 2000 rupee, 1000 baht is a lot, then someone dropped off a Benjamin. So anyway, being Buddhist, no one's ever going to touch that. If it is a real $100 bill. So if you look around here, unbelievable. It's kind of a unique rock formation, isn't it? It's just kind of facing. As you see, like the vulture's head up here. I think the wing here, like this. So I don't know if you guys think that looks like a vulture. It kind of does. The actual name of the place is Gidrakutta, which means actually just simply vulture. So Gidrakutta Hill. With the cave, what's the significance there?
Oh, it just says they actually call it stone house. So in the 7th century, there's a Chinese monk came here and did the practice. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure there were many before him, but yeah, the stone is just gigantic, and when you sit under it, it's very cool. In this scorching heat. Yeah. So it's a perfect place. So it's a perfect place for sadhana, no matter if it's hot or cold.
And we were in there for a time, and it's really cool, isn't it? It's nice. And you'd have to think that, I was thinking, we were talking about how the Buddha found this type of place, because there's many places, right? There was probably people coming to this type of location before him, right? Because of the caves, the sadhana and meditation.
Yes, and you can feel it, how the energy is so good up here. There's something about this, the desert plain land feel, and there's a mountain around it adds to the atmosphere. So it is quite a special place.
So inside one was actually baked clay tablets that the Chinese monk actually found as well. So who knows what those baked clay tablets were and what was written on them, but there's not much information on that either. So it's just a sign on a board here telling you about it, so they don't really go into great depths.
So we are at Nalanda University, the oldest residential university in the world. Some say the oldest university in the world. So long before Oxford was, Nalanda was already here. How long ago, love? Long time ago, huh?
459.
459 CE, yeah. Before, what was it, like 800 years later, it was destroyed by invaders. I don't quite understand that mindset, but so a lot of ancient texts, thousands of ancient scripts were lost here, much like what happened in Alexandria in Egypt. And it's really good to be here, because when I think about Nalanda, I think of the 17 great Nalanda masters. You know, you can go all the way from Nagarjuna to Chandrakirti to Shantideva, a bunch of unbelievable masters. They're particularly important to the Mahayana Buddhist tradition. Nalanda is, you know, very significant for that tradition, particularly the Yogacara and Madhyamaka schools. This is a massive site. There's a lot to see. You see, like, even back then, like, this is only 1917, 18. Some of the excavation beginning, and it's all covered. It's just crazy. As you can see here, over 1,000 years, dirt has just covered this part of Nalanda. You see a lot of that. And I can tell you, when you're here, Bihar is one of the dustiest states you'll ever go to, so you can understand why they were covered. Some of you may not know the actual significance of Nalanda, but back in the day it was highly significant all around the world. You had travelers all the way from Korea, Japan and China would come to Nalanda to study with the great masters. And you're probably familiar with Xuanzang, one of the famous Chinese Buddhist monks who came and spent a lot of time in India, particularly here in Nalanda, and translated a lot of the great texts and took them back to China. So just the significance of Nalanda is amazing, and there's a real energy when you're here. And imagine if it didn't get invaded, like what would have happened to this place, like the boom of knowledge and wisdom that was already here anyway, but if we had have let that continue to prosper and grow. So it was a real place of learning. It wasn't just Buddhism, there was also medicine, theology, architecture, the arts. All of this was here. And even inside Nalanda, you've even got depictions of also Vishnu and Shiva and Parvati. Like, though it is Mahayana centered, there was a lot of respect for the older Hindu tradition in the area as well. So just imagine, like, if it was allowed to just grow and prosper instead of being destroyed by the invaders. You see all through Bihar this ancient brickwork where there's minimal grout, and actually you see this replicated in places like Thailand, where you'll go to Thailand and you'll see a lot of pagodas that have this minimal grout, same sort of style brick. This has been filled in recently, but this is all OG, this is original right here, right back into the day. So it took a lot of work, that's for sure. If you look and you see the amount of brickwork in Nalanda and actually surrounding areas, it's unbelievable. So these cells, like, were they where people meditating? What was going on here, love?
Oh, well, some cells they say there is no entrance.
Yep.
So they're suspecting they may be used as a storeroom for grains and food and whatnot. So they maybe had an access from the roof. That's what they're suspecting. And yeah, it seems like, we don't know how high this building would have been. So yeah, we're just speculating what it would have been like, I guess. And there are some cells, there are entries, but also there's some cells that there is no entrance, just a room.
Yeah.
So they weren't like meditation chambers, they were more for probably food storage, possibly.
Yeah, maybe that's more likely suspicion.
Yeah, and so we'd have to only speculate that the living quarters for people was probably higher up, possibly.
Yeah, or some other buildings.
Some other building, yeah.
It's a huge, I mean...
It's massive, yeah.
It says originally this site was as far as 10 kilometers wide, so...
And they've excavated not much.
Yeah, well, a lot of them obviously destroyed, unfortunately. So.
And this is monastery number 5. So, as Guy was saying, there's some there with the doors open. You see even down there, there's one. But then you have these cells, which are kind of blocked. There is an interesting sort of feature there. Maybe a stairway or something. Who knows? But we're all only speculating. And there's some stairs going up there. Possibly to a meditation hall, we don't really know. So. But as we were saying, if you look along here, I mean, look at the brickwork here. Like, it's just insane. Look at that. This is such a unique thing in Bihar. Even the guest house we are staying in, it's got this old style. And everyone chooses to build in this old style, so they're keeping that sort of tradition alive, which is wonderful. Look at this brickwork, guys. This is unbelievable. It's like when I was landscaping, when I was a young grasshopper, we would have to find all sorts of like slate. This is quite something. Like, I'm not sure why they did this here, because in other parts there's perfect square brickwork, but I'm not really sure what this part is. But have a look at this. This is unbelievable. Breathtaking when you're here. I didn't even think that would still exist when I saw pictures of that, because some of it was half hanging on, but they've done such a great work to restore it. I guess there was once a Buddha there. Not anymore. And you can see actually evidence of fire. There said that Nalanda was destroyed by fire. And I'll show you a bit more of this. You'll see a lot more of this as we go through it. As you see, another empty Buddha shrine. Yeah, you see some fire damage in here. What was in these cells like, you know?
Oh, I think these cells were monks' residential cells.
Yeah.
I assume that's what it was saying on the board. That there are some beds and bookshelves. You can see, obviously, they moved to the museum, I think. These cells were for residential purpose.
This definitely looks like a place where a monk would stay, isn't it? I mean, it's devoid of everything now, but you really see the fire damage in this small room. Going up here. They filled in also the Buddha shrine here. Not sure how long ago that was filled in or why that was filled. Well, I know why it was filled in if it was done by the invaders, but if it wasn't done by them, I'm quite sure. But yeah, the fire damage here is, and again, this one's been filled in too. It's different to the other cells. So they filled this part in with new bricks. Maybe because it was not stable. But you see up there, look at that, charred, absolutely charred. And here's some even older brickwork. But like I said here before, some of the brickwork here is a bit scattered.
I'm not sure why, if that was a later developing part of the monastery. I'm not sure. But... or it's just a patch-up job. This type of brickwork and similar structure is what we saw out at Vulture's Peak. It's quite interesting. It was a time though, so, and I dare say that Vulture's Peak was a lot older than Nalanda. People have been going there for longer, let's say. Oh, it's just amazing. You're still allowed just to walk around in here. I mean, they won't let you go up the stairs because it's a UNESCO site. So you can understand that. You want to preserve it as much as possible. Man, if you get a pristine clear day like I've got today, wow, it's quite something to see. Could you just imagine what this part here would have looked like in its heyday? Like, what was happening? What was there? Iconography around? Was there frescoes on the wall? No. What did it actually look like? Look at here. Wow. This is similar to Wat Umong in Chiang Mai. It's just a bigger version, the way that they've done this. If you guys remember the vlog from Wat Umong, same brickwork. It's insane. What would have this been? Some sort of meditation chamber? Even the brickwork on the floor, if you see this, they've gone with the long, they've put them vertically in instead of flat. I don't know why, because it takes a lot longer to make the floor, but maybe it's stronger for sure. But this is probably what they're alluding to, that there was actually some of the parts in this monastery, this one, Monastery 1, is that they were talking about that there's some parts here that you can actually notice that there was actually an older monastery before even Nalanda was built, possibly. So that's something to wrap your head around. We are in the second chamber, just like the one I just saw, like Wat Umong, and as you see here, the bricks are kind of, they're all going on sort of an angle. So then when you get further in, they had to carve a bit smaller. Just like tilers in the modern day, really. The problems we have. But same thing, same with the floor. Even here you start to get an idea of the age of the bricks. It's just... once upon a time there was some guy chiseling away at this. Hard to wrap your head around, that's about 2,000 years ago. I'm really fascinated by the brickwork. You got that brickwork there, and then next minute you've kind of got this scattered brickwork. And again, for sure, it's been damaged and sheared off. But it's quite interesting, as you see, like it's a bit scattered as opposed to brickwork below, which is a bit more symmetrical. What'd you say, love?
It's old. You don't see anywhere with the granite stone other than this.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it could be a base for a big pole. So like there was a big pole around and then holding the roof. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, maybe the pole was maybe made of wood or something, so it's burnt down or something.
Well, I don't know if it's made by wood, because look over here, look. This is, remember, like in Mahabalipuram?
Yeah.
And also in the south, this is the same pylons. So they definitely would have been, that's kind of been concreted in for some reason. But these bases are definitely the base for that, because that's granite too, right?
So this was kind of like maybe a, do you think a shrine maybe?
It could be, yeah, a shrine or like a principal or the great master sit here and give teaching or something.
I think so, because I think you were saying before off camera, it's like this area is like an assembly area. And so this would have been like, if any of you guys know the Buddhist tradition, usually there'll be a platform where the main abbots or monks of the monastery have a platform to, you know, to conduct meditation, to conduct sort of satsang. This really feels like it was for that. So this is another monk quarters, and we found this one. This is interesting. We haven't seen this, and we're assuming some sort of storage for books. People talked about bookshelves and that. But it's a pretty deep closet, if you call it a closet, or if you look right down in here, and you could basically sleep in here. There's a bunch of bricks kind of fallen. Who knows what was happening, but I'm guessing it was, I don't know, storage for books or clothing, or just so many mysteries here. It's really awesome to be here, like, and just kind of speculate. And we're outside the monastery number 1, and there's a stairway going up. You can't get in here anymore. I don't know. You used to be able to. Look, there's a sign right there.
Yeah.
Temple number 3 is definitely the most breathtaking so far of Nalanda. You see a couple of stupas there. I mean, it was full of columns, full of stupas, and apparently there was a massive sort of statue or image of the Buddha here on top. And well, it's destroyed now, but it's definitely the most impressive so far. And you know, if it wasn't a UNESCO site, you could still climb up, like, which Guy and I have done in places like Bagan and Myanmar and that, which I think now are UNESCO sites, so we won't be doing that again. But it's important to preserve these places, and you know, just it shows us that, you know, their dedication to spiritual knowledge back in the day, where now we're just more dedicated to our own individual reality, our own bank account, how we contribute to society, and we don't even think about higher knowledge. So it's something for us to think about. Something, you know, there needs to be a type of renaissance, I think, like what happened here at Nalanda. There needs to be a renaissance of knowledge, a focus on knowledge, and instead of, you know, what we do in the modern day with social media and that, where we focus on division and hate and banding together in little petty groups. This is some of the more destroyed parts where you basically just got the foundation left. It's called the votive stupa, but I can see where there probably was a stupa or a couple of stupas. Stupa farm.
Yeah, looks like it, yes. Obviously, top's all been destroyed.
Yeah.
But you can tell how it would have looked like when it was all intact.
It's really similar to, like, you only go to Nepal or Thailand, and you know, you have like all of those stupas, you know, at modern temples and that.
Yes, yes.
Like a massive farm.
You can easily see that in those countries you mentioned, but it would have been something if it was really intact. It's like it is almost like 1,800 years old.
Yeah.
That would have been something.
So we were told by an older gentleman here, security guard actually, that this is green Tara, and it is green Tara, but that this is 2,600 years old, so before Nalanda. Now, if you do your math, that probably puts us before the time of the Buddha. I don't know if that's possible, but it must be from around, possibly just after. If it's a green Tara temple, then it's a Mahayana temple. 2,600 years, I'm not so sure if that's quite possible, but... So also, as you see here, you see like a column just sitting here. I don't even know why this hasn't been excavated. It's probably too heavy. You see a bunch of broken bits everywhere of a possibly pre-existing temple to Nalanda, as that gentleman was saying. But there's just no way that this could be 2,600 years old. I mean, I don't know why he said that, but that puts that before the Buddha. And concepts such as green Tara come from the Mahayana tradition, which, if it is green Tara, would suggest to me that it was built during Nalanda, so the Nalanda period. The work continues. More excavation, more cleaning. You won't stop, I don't think, for a long time. We're in monastery number 4. As you see, there's quite a bit of damage in here. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be in here. There's fire damage there. I think this was put here just for stability. You don't want to be walking and getting crushed under that. And then there's a little walkway through here. And then you come out here, which I would have thought would have probably had a puja shrine of the Buddha here. You know, considering the little narrow walkway here. There's just so much things that's untapped about this place. As I said, here's the roof. Definitely built modern times. I don't actually know how they did that, but I can understand why. Yeah, this monastery number 4 is a bit dilapidated. It's got really hit hard, and for some reason it hasn't been sort of taken care of like the first 3 we've been to. Standard monastery room, big bit of space, place for the shrine for the Buddha. As you guys have probably seen throughout the monastery, it's this sort of thing each doorway, which would be for a candle. As you know, that's no electricity back then, so finding your way around, candles are necessary. There's another room. Little secret passageway. Jesus, a lot of mozzies. Oh my god, look at here. Wow. This is something. There's a bit of fire damage there. It's dark and it's a bit manky in here. I need my torch. Alright, torch on. Alright, let's see what's... Okay. Would have been a place probably for a shrine. I always think when I'm in that situation, I turn a torch on these dark things, dark rooms, it's going to be like a Blair Witch situation, but thank God it's not. So here you get an idea in Monastery 6 of the pillars that would have stood covering this area, which is believed to have been some sort of communal eatery or where they cooked. And as you see around here, we still have the cells for the monks and possibly food and whatnot. So we have a possible shrine here, and this was possibly a little bit of a bath around here. And as we were saying, it's a communal area with like basically the dormitories all the way around. And you know, you've got places for grain and other types of vegetables and food and stuff of that nature. And as again, you see that where the column would have been. Let's go over here. And this is the well. Wow, that's down a fair way.
People are throwing coins down there. This would have been the best damn restaurant you ever seen around here. These things here, there's two of them. That one and that one, they're ovens. So this is an oven. And there's another one over there. And over here, some sort of fire pit, possibly, or it's the Buddha maybe was there, or it was just an eating place for the monks. That's quite possible. And here's the other oven. Again, no idea. And what they were cooking back then, I don't really know. We're talking a long time ago. You just have to eat what you got to eat. Back in the day, there was no real privilege to be picky like we are in the modern day. In the 7th monastery, you're seeing some renovation, preservation going on, trying to preserve the monastery as much as possible. As you see, it's taken a beating over the years, so this is not to build on new, it's basically to just keep it intact how it really is, so easier for people to walk around without getting a brick land on their head. So this is monastery number 9, and you're seeing a bit of a theme here with the columns, the eating area, the well, the ovens, and you know, the amount of cells around. It's a pretty common theme. And the rooms are basically pretty much what you get when you want to stay at Nalanda. And Guy made a good point before that these weren't obviously for one monk per room. Part of Indian culture is people all sleep together, and so it's very common in India still to this day. Like someone might rent accommodation out, but when an Indian rents accommodation out, what they mean is they're bringing the whole family to stay. So one person books, 10 people stay. It's common. Now you're starting to get here the real evidence of fire destruction of Nalanda. Look at that. It's just that's intense. It's melted. And you gotta remember that they haven't unearthed all of Nalanda, and there were thousands and thousands of monks here. Some people say there was up to 10,000 people studying at Nalanda at any one time. So you could imagine that they didn't have 10,000 rooms, I wouldn't assume, in all of Nalanda. But look, they haven't unearthed all of it. I mean, they're saying it goes on for a long way, and what we're seeing here today, we can walk around in half a day. So let's say if it was a 10-kilometer long monastery, we would have seen nothing, and so possibly there was a lot of rooms, who knows. This is like Vivekananda's frog in the well story. You're way down there. The frog thinks it's living in the world, thinks the well's the world. This is monastery number 11. As you see, some of the pillars are still here, still in place. That is insane. Look at that. And see these pillars here? Like, if you guys have been around, or if you've seen some of my videos with like even southern Indian architecture, this kind of pillar design is very unique to India. And like with the shaved off edge like this, beveled edge, you see it in Mahabalipuram, Tiruvannamalai, Kanchipuram, all in the south, and you're seeing it here in Bihar as well. But I must say, this monastery number 11 it's a bit flattened. You can see the rooms, the cells, but they've been kind of completely leveled. This is temple 13. It's a little different than the other ones. Raised platform.
Oh, you can kind of make out the posture of the Buddha there. The two knees.
It must have been huge.
Must have been massive. Just didn't make it.
They survived from the invasion.
No, like a lot of things around here.
Yes.
This one here, they're still excavating, so it's not part of the site yet. So it's yet to be revealed, but as you can see, it's a big structure like what we're on at the moment. Very similar to Temple 13 and the other temples. It has a bigger structure with the platform for the Buddha. But they're doing a lot of work over there. They're chiseling a lot of around the bricks and that. So I don't know, it looks like it's been there for ages, but they just haven't revealed it to the public. Well, we said we couldn't go here, and a little bit of ingenuity, and we're here. There's no sign about what this temple is because it's still being excavated, but we'll have a little look around and see what we can find. So this is temple number 14, the one that is being worked on. But we are here. So let's have a look. See if we can find Buddha inside. Wow. Didn't quite make it. So around number 14, the one that's yet to be excavated, or they've just stopped and haven't bothered about it. As you see, like, there's all these pillars in the ground. I mean, they're everywhere. And it's just like, we're not excavating this one. Not sure why, what's going on, what red tape they've come across, or they've just have not got the government funding to do it. You were just saying something really important. What was it, Guy?
Because it seems like they don't do much of excavation work here anymore. But a lot of people seem to be interested in going and see Taj Mahal, whereas Taj Mahal is invaders' architecture, which is again from Mughal Empire. They are the people who destroyed this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it comes from the top. I think Indian government should promote these sort of sites and more ancient Dravidian architecture over Taj Mahal. When people see Incredible India, the poster for tourism, first thing that you see is Taj Mahal. But Taj Mahal is not their own architecture. So
that's right.
It's it's sad. And when people, like us, we come here and we actually see how they stop doing the work. You put in perspective that like the money should come in this sort of place to find out more what's hidden under the ground, rather than just busy promoting Taj Mahal, like the architecture like Taj Mahal.
Exactly. Like a guy was saying, imagine the Incredible India advertising if you had Nalanda, Arunachala, you had Pushkar, you had all of these great places in India that are traditional to India, not external culture. But what I love about India is they celebrate all the cultures, even the ones that did invade, even with the British, right? But this is what really should be promoted, like what Guy was saying. This is actually what's important. It's not what someone else brought here. If you want to really know about India, you need to know about the Dharmic traditions from India itself. Oh, no,
my picture.
You want a picture? There you go.
Good.
Very good. Handsome.
Huh?
Handsome.
Where you from?
Australia.
Oh, I like Ricky Ponting.
You like Ricky Ponting? But Australia-India final.
World Cup winner.
World Cup, huh?
Winner, Australia.
Alright, come on.
India no winner. How do you like Varanasi?
Next time. I love Varanasi. We are all the way out at Sarnath. Now Sarnath is about a 45-minute rickshaw ride from Varanasi, and it's a bit of a ride out here, and there's gridlock all the way, so be ready to take your time. And so Sarnath is important as one of the 4 holy sites of
Lord Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, and this is the location where he actually taught the Dharma for the first time. So this is probably the second most important to Bodh Gaya, so where the Buddha attained enlightenment. So, and here there's a lot of old ruins here because there was a monastery here, and so we're going to go and have a look around. There's some really amazing stupas here, so let's go and check it out. Guys, this was a stupa. This was called Dhamma Rajika Stupa, and this actually housed the relics of the Buddha. And Ashoka actually built, well, most of these stupas around here. I think he probably built the whole monastery, to be honest. And what happened when this was destroyed for its materials back in the 1700s is they found a stone box, and then there was green marble within it, which were the relics of the Buddha. And unfortunately it ended up in Calcutta, and then it ended up in the Ganga. So someone threw it in the Ganga. And
yeah, it's all speculation actually.
It's speculation.
It went to Calcutta Museum about
someone could have stole it or something.
Yeah,
who knows?
Yeah.
Some family's probably housing it in their house and no one knows about it, but
they conveniently say that they threw in the Ganga.
Yeah,
who knows?
It's unfortunate. But out here is beautiful, and Guy and I were talking just before, it's exactly like being in like Nalanda or Bodh Gaya, the same sort of ambience and feel. You could be at Sujata Stupa right now, same sort of ambience. As you can see here, guys, there obviously would have been a shrine in here to the Buddha all through here, even up until here. There's these little probably candle pits here as well, and possibly there would have been a shrine on top, but definitely in that one there was definitely a shrine there, but it's no longer erect. Behind us is the main reason you come to Sarnath, the Dhammic Stupa. Now, unlike the other stupa we just saw, this stupa is still intact due to the great excavation work of Alexander Cunningham, who excavated many of the great Buddhist sites all throughout Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. And it's thanks to him that we can come to these sites, and also the people after him who kept those excavation efforts going. And an interesting story is that Alexander Cunningham actually drilled down from the center in this stupa to try and find a casket that was believed to house the Buddhist relics. But what did he find, love?
So they found this box, the slab, and it says something in Pali language, I think. And yeah, again, I think it's still in there because they couldn't obviously drill further. They don't want to destroy anything, but people believe to be there to be images of Buddha and probably Buddha's relics as well.
It's an amazing stupa to come and see, just to circumambulate and walk in meditation. There are a lot of amazing people here. There is like from all over the world, Thais, Tibetans, Indians, Sri Lankans, just walking around in silence. And just randomly behind the Dhammic Stupa, look what we have here. Bunch of deers, just chilling. This is what you think about when you think about Buddhism. This is classic Bihar, Uttar Pradesh style. Misty in the morning, dry, a little barren, but there's some trees around, and just a bunch of ruins. This is what it's all about. So this is the Ashokan pillar, and if you know the emblem of the Indian government, then you'll know what I'm speaking about. The lion with the Dharma chakra at the top. We're seeing atop of this pillar at the front of this monastery. And so this is classic, apparently Mauryan style from around that time, BCE, where Ashoka lived 200s in its 200th century BCE. So 2nd century BCE. And so it would have sat atop of that somehow. Now there is
a bit of a roof, makeshift roof built above this to protect these pillars, obviously. As I said, in front of this magnificent monastery. And this monastery is actually a lot more intact than a lot of the other monasteries that you see in Sarnath here. That same magnificent temple I was just speaking about, where the Ashoka pillars are in front of, is the Mulaganda Kuti right behind us. And this is a magnificent structure. It's believed that 61 meters high back in its heyday. That's what Xuanzang said when he came here from China. And it is believed that the Buddha would sit in here and meditate. And then down here in the courtyard, you have all of the other parts of the monastery where all the monks would stay. We are in Bodh Gaya, home of the Buddha's enlightenment. This is one of our favorite places in the world. Gayang and I have been here many times. As you can see behind Gayang's head, that's the Mahabodhi temple right there, where the Bodhi tree is. But before we take you to have a look at the Mahabodhi temple and the Bodhi tree, we want to take you guys to a place that's significant in the Buddha's story. And it's on the other side of the Nirvana River.
That covers the river, supposed to be river, but there is no water.
This is the famous Nirvana River. As Guy said, there's no water to be seen.
Hopefully in the monsoon time.
In the monsoon time, but now in March, bone dry. Behind me is the Sujata stupa. Now, why this is significant in the story of the Buddha is that when the Buddha was on a 6-year sadhana, he had depleted his body. He was just skull and bones. And he came to the banks of the Nirvana River, which you just saw us cross. And he was basically tapped out, and he came across a young girl called Sujata. And Sujata handed him a rice milk soup. And the Buddha ate that, and then he had enough energy to cross the Nirvana River, where he sat under the famous Bodhi tree and attained enlightenment and gave birth to the middle way, essentially, in taking that rice milky soup. And so that's why this is significant, and actually why Buddhists worship Sujata as well on this side of the river. And it's actually very peaceful on this side of the river, isn't it?
Yes, it's just completely different. There's a big farmland around, and you can hear birds singing, and it's very peaceful and silent.
If you guys remember Nalanda University, all of the same brickwork on this stupa, it was a hallmark of that period of time. And this actually is a pretty big stupa compared to some of the ones that you'll find in and around Bihar.
And it used to be covered with the sandstone, the surface of this brick, but again, this is being built probably 5th to 6th century, or built by that time. So it's very long time ago. So the surface has been kind of destroyed and worn down a little bit. And it's really interesting that there's an archaeology museum in town where we went the other day, and lots of artifacts have been found around this area as well. So definitely it was a significant place for spiritual sadhana. This location is apparently where Sujata lived, the village that she was living. So this is just to remember her and to celebrate her as well. So that's why they built this the stupa to remember her. And the actual tree, the banyan tree where she offered the Buddha the rice soup, is actually only like a kilometer, maybe less, just a short walk from here where there is a temple they built around the tree, there where we can find that tree.
As you see, some of the bricks are broken off here, and I mean, they don't really take as much care here as they do in Nalanda and other Buddhist archaeological sites. There's a lack of attention a little bit to the Sujata stupa here, even though they still do the weeding up in the grout in the bricks, as you would find in other places like in Nalanda and Kushinagar and Sarnath and all of the great archaeological sites.
Yeah, I see it's really big stupa, but I'm not so sure if this was original height or it's been higher before but it's been destroyed by Mughal Empire.
There's nothing quite like walking through the fields of Bihar, the dry fields of Bihar. Here we're kind of walking through a lot of vegetables, but it kind of reminds me of what it was like for the Buddha when he was walking along through Bihar until he got to the Bodhi tree. And for those of you who don't know, Buddha himself was technically called a Shramana, and Shramanas, they take a strict path of just walking straight ahead, and Buddha didn't walk towards any town or anything like that like a lot of Shramanas would to get food. He took on an extreme path where he just walked straight. And so when he came across Sujata, that's why he was all skull and bones, because he'd just been walking in a straight line and had not been seeing a lot of people. So add that to his meditation and everything like that, it was a really extreme path. And if you've been to Bihar, the weather is extreme and there's a lack of food and everything like that, and it is a very tough environment to get used to. So kudos to the Buddha back in that time, that's for sure. But yeah, that's what I just love about walking through Bihar. I just love the feeling. There's an energy here, a spiritual energy. Oh, this way, love. That you just can't replicate it. There's just something about it. Hello, how are you? The village people are the best around here. I mean, all throughout India. The kids, I mean, the innocence breaks your heart.
So we are at the Sujata temple. We are right in front of this banyan tree, very famous banyan tree. This is where Sujata offered Buddha the rice milk soup. And I don't think this is the original tree, but maybe the descendant of the tree, I think.
Yes.
But I think it is, as you see, it's quite small temple, but I think it still carries that good the energy around the tree.
So you see the Buddha and Sujata. Pleasure to see here again, Sujata offering rice milk soup to the Buddha. This one here is donated by Myanmar. May all beings share our merits equally with us.
This morning we are off to somewhere we've never been, the Mahakala Cave, or Dungashwari, however you want to say it. And first of all, we've got to try and find a rickshaw. It's about 9 kilometers?
Yeah, 9 kilometers, yes.
9 kilometers, so we'll get one of those little electric things or a moto. We'll see how we go. Man, that's one bumpy ride. You might blow a disc out on the way out here. It's bumpy.
Hello.
Namaste. Namaste.
So we are at the Dungashwari temple or cave, or it's also called Mahakala temple or cave. So this place is believed to be a place where the Gautama the Buddha stayed for 6 years. I'm not sure if it's true, but on the way to Bodh Gaya, he apparently stopped here for some time to meditate and have a rest and whatnot. Because around here is just like a rock mountain feature. It's quite visible from the far away, in the long distance. So I was wondering where that place is, and then here we are. So actually it's very small. but you can feel that real tranquility and peaceful energy around here. And obviously lots of pilgrims come here as well, so they bring a good energy as well.
And to elaborate a little bit more on what Guy said, some of these places that off the main 4 Buddhist pilgrimage sites, there are a lot of places like this, like Mahakala, that are beautiful in and of themselves, and so you should really visit some of these places as well when you go off the track. Like we went to Vulture's Peak. These places actually contain a great energy as well, peaceful tranquility, as Guy said.
And also there is this ancient Chinese monk called Xuanzang, and he came to Nalanda University to study Buddhism and brought the knowledge back to China with him. So in his journey, I think he maybe visited here. So in his travel log, he mentions about this place as well. And yeah, also this place is called the Dungishwari Cave. That is because this place, the temple, also is dedicated to a Hindu goddess called Dungishwari.
So guys, we're in the first cave, as you see here. Siddhartha Gautama on sadhana, after enlightenment. This cave's really beautiful. Look at all the rocks. Then we have Amitabha Buddha. There's a lot of Tibetan influence in here, up here. Nagarjuna. And Guru Rinpoche, Padmasambhava. So a lot around Bodh Gaya, there's a lot of Thai and Tibetan influence. Maybe they've both got the most money around here, so they make all the locations beautiful. But there's a lot of Thai and Tibetan influence when you are around Bodh Gaya, even though these people here are from Myanmar. And also there's people from Cambodia, Vietnam, Korea, Australia, everywhere.
Take care. Atama kyosukete kudasai.
तसं नसतं आपण सगळे आलोत ना तर पूजा एकत्रच व्हायला पूजा नाहीच होती ना आम्ही माताजी तिकडेच होते बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि Nakurama seva osi samadhin mayam pating samadhin nakurama.
Do you believe Buddha was here for 6 years and just meditated here? Some people, like the monk in there, said he didn't eat for 6 years in this cave. The way that we know the story, he did spend some time here, but he was going all the way through North India. Remember, Buddha was a Shramana, so he would just walk in a straight line. So this may have been part of the end of his journey, him coming to Mahakala Cave before he went to Bodh Gaya, which is only 9 kilometers, keep in mind. So he probably spent a lot of time here.
Good morning from Bodh Gaya. Today we're going to take you on our normal morning routine, and we're also going to take you around the Mahabodhi temple and show you some of the sights and the sounds under the Bodhi tree. As you can see, this time of morning there's not many people around. Bodh Gaya is not a very big town, but it does get a bit of action during the day. But this is definitely the best time of the day to get up in Bodh Gaya. For us, it's the best time of the day in general, wherever we are. How are you? Not a talkative chap. Just over here, actually, is in the winter where the Dalai Lama comes to speak, and so they have tents and everything out here. And this park never used to be a park. It used to be just a place where a lot of people would live. There's nothing quite like walking into the Mahabodhi temple, that's for sure. Especially this time of the day. Best time of the day with monks chanting for meditation. Even with the activity, you can get into a deep meditation here. So there's an immense energy around here, man, for sure. Obviously, first thing, off with the boots or the thongs or whatever. Time to go in. Oh, what do you got there?
Socks. Ready to fit. This is stone floor, so it's cold.
Yeah, that's thinking ahead, people, right there.
During the day it gets hot, but now it's cold.
There you go.
Okay.
See these ancient pillars here, look at this. Love it, love it. Look at the Mahabodhi temple. Wow. Absolutely magnificent. And we'll go right in there to the Buddha and we'll walk around. And these sandstone pillars have been here since the dawn of time. They go all the way around.
Ê, rõ, xong rồi đi. Cây chết.
Mấy bé thích ăn.
This is the Bodhi tree right here. So this is not the Bodhi tree, but it's a sapling of the original Bodhi tree from the time of the Buddha. So this second sapling actually of the Bodhi tree actually resides in Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka.
Aku ada kan kayak ini. Oh lah, kalau ada udah boleh ya.
Tới chán thanh chàng bạc cha bối tới sang cùng trong tất cả chúng sanh nói hướng vô thân bồ đề cùng chàng thay ca nhận hành tướng người tới người tà vào tây ngơ hội.
So behind us is the Mukalinda lake where Buddha spent the 6th week around here. So it's right just over there is the Bodhi tree. I mean, it's literally like 100 meters. So and so this is a nice beautiful spot for meditation as well, and you can walk around. So what we showed you before was like the inner sanctum just around where the Bodhi tree and the Mahabodhi temple is. So that's the best spot to go and sit and meditate. And we usually go and sit for an hour or so every morning. And then we actually sit and listen to those boys chanting, those young boys, if you saw. And those young boys are part of the Buddhist International Welfare Mission, which is a Vietnamese initiative. And there was 2 main monks there. One of the monks does a lot of the legwork there, trains the boys, teaches them the sutras like the Ratana Sutra and the 3 jewels and plenty of other sutras, and teaches them to meditate. And actually every day they're there. The young boys meditate for 1 hour.
Morning and the evening.
And the evening, yeah, that's true.
The late afternoon.
Yeah.
As well.
And so they both times meditate for 1 hour and
then recite sutra.
Yeah. And it's really beautiful, like, because some of the boys are so young. And so how it works actually is that the boys are often orphans, homeless. And so there's a lot of homeless people in Bihar. And so the mission actually houses the young boys and they learn the Dharma. And you see there's actually teenage boys that have been part of the mission for over a decade. And so it's quite a beautiful thing actually. Some of the boys, there's a lot of real characters in that group, some of the real young ones. And so it's real noble work by the monks and the people who started this mission. It's a beautiful thing. It kind of chokes you up when you're there every morning and you see the young boys chanting and, you know.
Yeah, it's a great work they do that basically they change all these boys' life.
Yeah.
They were living on the street, maybe have no family.
Yep.
They had all those reasons to be on the street, but again, the teachings of Dharma kind of changed their life, and all of those boys have such purity and innocence in their eyes when you actually get to see their eyes, and very playful, and it's just beautiful.
we're at the candle house, as you can see. If you can see inside, you can't really go inside, so I think that's coming through. There's a lot, and this is only one of many. So as you guys can see, there's another one there, down there. It just keeps going down, down, down. And they're lit all day, every day. As you guys see behind us, there's sometimes some big meditation groups come here, so they erect these temporary tents. And this, I think it's a Thai group, and they'll have like a 5-day meditation where every day they're in there all day long. And so it's a big Vipassana session. It's beautiful. Like, I think last week there was a Cambodian group at another tent, and it's really beautiful. And this usually has incense in it, but today, no incense. And it's usually really mystical because the smoke rises, and then you got the tree, the Mahabodhi temple, the chanting. Does it get better? Probably not.